The bishops here, Bishop Bailey, Bishop Foltz, Bishop Gunter, Angie, welcome Eileen, David Thompson, Ernesto, welcome Garth and John. Oh, hey Missy. And Rebecca, welcome Robin and Rosemary and Kathlena, my CDSP. I don't know what we call each other. Sister at CDSP. And Bishop Ely, Victoria, Sarah, welcome. And welcome to everyone who's joining us on Facebook, on our various Facebook channels that this is streaming to. Welcome. We're so glad you can be with us today. Welcome, Susan. Maureen says she's looking forward to another great day at Winter Talk.
I see that Julie's in the spotlight for some reason. Thought I'd take you out of it if you felt awkward.
Well, everybody, I clicked on the wrong link. I didn't click on the panelist link. I was like, wait a minute, where's my picture?
Hello, Garth.
Hi.
And welcome to Fire Tablet. I don't know who that is, but that sounds very exciting. Fire Tablet. Maybe that could be the new name of the new heartburn medication. We'll call it the Fire Tablet.
I just wouldn't want a fire tablet as my laptop. Oh, ouch.
Yeah. Welcome, Peter. Welcome, Tim. Coming to us, Peter's coming to us from Janesville, Wisconsin. And Missy, where are you these days? Are you in Aberdeen or somewhere up that way? Oh, yep, Aberdabber. Okay. Aberdeen, South Dakota, not Aberdeen in the UK, but.
Is that up by Margot Forehead? I mean, Fargo Moorhead?
Oh, and Sarah's coming from Aberdeen, Washington. I didn't even know there was an Aberdeen, Washington. Ernesto, saludos from Ecuador. Ron, you're going to have a, there we go. Okay.
Ron is with us, I see. Welcome, Ron.
Oh, welcome to Pat Whitehorse. I see you on here. coming to us from Vermilion, I think, or somewhere nearby there. Welcome to Andrew. I think we have some folks. Oh, and welcome, Ronalda. We have a comment from our Facebook from Buzz. Every time I hear Buzz, I always think Buzz Lightyear. But yesterday was wonderful. Very heartfelt messages by all the presenters, and one of the very best winter talk days I've had the opportunity to attend. Welcome, Pamela. Kathy, welcome, Kathy. Both Catherine Myers and Kathy Vanden Bogaard. Welcome, John. I'm going to go ahead and ask Samuel to, if you can talk about the interpretation.
Claro que sí, Shaniqua. Queremos darle la bienvenida a todos los latinos, a todas las latinas que están aquí con nosotros celebrando Winter Talk, y agradecerle también al reverendo Brad Huff, el misionero de los ministerios indígenas, por proporcionar interpretación simultánea durante esta conferencia. Es decir, en cuanto estamos escuchando lo que está pasando, lo podemos estar escuchando en español también. Solamente si van en la parte de abajo de su pantalla, donde hay un icono redondo que dice interpretación, seleccionen interpretación, seleccionen español y van a poder escuchar toda la conferencia, todas las conversaciones en el idioma español. Además, si en algún momento quieren compartir algún comentario, alguna idea, pueden hacerlo en el chat en español y nosotros se lo haremos llegar a las personas adecuadas para que ellos lo reciban en inglés también, y así podamos estar comunicándonos durante todo este segundo día de la conferencia de Winter Talk. Una vez más, bienvenidas y bienvenidos a todos. Shaniqua.
Thank you, Samuel. If you would like to, there may be times when we will interpret from, where we're constantly interpreting from English to Spanish, but we also may need to interpret from Spanish to English. So at the bottom of your screen, there is a little globe, as long as you're joining from your computer and not calling in from a phone. And if you click on the globe, you will have the option of selecting interpretation from whichever language you would like to hear, and you can pick English or Spanish. And so if you pick English and someone speaks in Spanish, which I had clicked so I could hear the interpreter saying Samuel is explaining how to join this, the interpretation feature. Welcome, Sarah, and welcome, Colleen. And welcome, let's see, some other people came in. Welcome, Pamela and Nate. And Anne. Welcome, Luis David from Venezuela. Welcome, Marilyn. Kathleen said it was great to hear familiar New York Oneida names, Metoxen, Doxtator, Paulus. Welcome, Joanna. It's interesting, when I worked in Wisconsin, we would hear a lot of different names, and you could sometimes tell which reservation folks were from based on the last names. I can recognize a lot of the Oneida ones now. And then some of the Ojibwe ones, they kind of are grouped in different areas. So you might know that they're from the northern part of Wisconsin, but you don't always know if it's like Bad River or if it's Bayfield, or I guess that would be Red Cliff. But that's kind of interesting. It kind of reminds me of like when you're talking, and well, I don't know if this happens, but a lot of the time in Indian country, we're not supposed to, it's forbidden to date any of your relatives. And we think relative very broadly. And so if like you're interested in someone, usually you have to, you know, tell your grandma, and then your grandma will be like, who's the person's name and what's their mom and dad's name? And then the grandma will call the other grandma, and they go back and forth, and they'll be like, okay, yep, you're not related, that's okay. Or sometimes it's like, boom, 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 that's your cousin, you don't talk to them anymore. That happens sometimes too. And I think that's one of the valuable, not necessarily of winter talk, maybe of winter talk, but it's the value of the different social gatherings we have throughout the year. Is it provides the opportunity for folks from different communities to come together and meet and interact with each other. I'll wait about 2 more minutes and then we'll get started. Yeah, so I'll tell you a story while we're waiting. My grandma and grandpa met at one of these social gatherings. I think it was either convocation or a powwow, and they knew that my grandpa liked my grandma. And the story that I was told goes that like I think it was like his brothers or his cousins like took his bed and literally moved it outside of the other person's tent. And so the next morning when he woke up, like he was outside of the house that my grandma was in, or outside of the tent that my grandma was in. And then he had to sort of run and come back. And I guess he was embarrassed or whatever. Something like that was the story that I heard. Unlike the other way, which is Alonzo's gift, you find your flute and you go outside of the person that you have a crush on and you play your flute, and hopefully it's beautiful enough that the person likes it and comes out and talks to you. That was the other way to do it. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Leon. Is that right?
I think we're going to do
oh, that's right.
Song
music.
Or music. Buddy
Yes,
will give us
you.
some music
Sorry.
first, and then Leon.
In 2010, when I was serving as firekeeper for the Oklahoma 4 consultation in Sewanee, the last morning before the ending of this gathering, I was out there by the fire. I'd been out there all night by myself, really struggling with, sort of my shadow side and a little bit of resentment and all of that kind of stuff. And at White Line Sky, right as the sun was fixing to transform the night into the day, the door to the dorm where people were staying clicked open, and out walks this incredible Paiute grandmother. I had never spoken with her before. And she walked up to me and said, I'm going to have prayers. You can join me. And it was kind of like when my grandmother would say something like that. I never knew whether I was invited or it was a demand. But I just, I always did what my grandmother said. So I got up and walked over to the fire with her. and she pulled out a shell and poured some water in it, said, this water comes from Pyramid Lake. It's our sacred lake. Then she pulled out some sage and said, we harvest this around Pyramid Lake and we use it for ceremony and then for cleansing and healing. And then she started singing this beautiful prayer in Paiute. And of course, I had no idea what the words said, but it was just so beautiful. It was like it was coming right out of Mother Earth. And having this powerful grandmother there, taking the water and dipping it down into the shell and then tapping my forehead and my shoulders, all the way down to my feet and back up while she sang this prayer. And after she finished the prayer, she put the sage down and looked up at me and said, thank you for your fire. And that was so much what I needed to break with all of what had been coming at me really over the last night of the fire. What a powerful thing. And I think she was a deacon then. I think she's a priest now. Her name's Renelda James, and I'm really glad to know that she's here today. So here we go. White line sky at the crack of dawn. She sang a prayer in Paiute tongue, with water from the sacred Pyramid Lake, sage fronds dispersed me and sang, when we judge, just no room for love. When we judge, there's just no room for love. Grandmother wise on a journey of hope.
Thank you, buddy. That was beautiful. And I've loved that song. It's on your CD. So if any of you, I think you can find that song on like iTunes or I think even Tidal. Now I'm going to turn it over to Reverend Leon Sampson, who will lead us in our devotional this morning.
Thank you, Bud. Yeah, thank you, Shaniqua, for that introduction. Yat e also she Leon Sampson and she Kitlichini Shlo Ashchi Bashichin Aro Turichin e Shinalado Shichade and Lenny. It showed Ben Ashish for defiance for Halyagi. Good afternoon, good morning, depends on where you're at, everybody. My name is Reverend Leon Sampson. I am part of my clanship is part of the Red House clan, born for the Red Cheek, and paternal grandparents are part of the Bitterwater. I come from you here today with my picture of the whole Window Rock. They call that Sahalso, Fort Defiance, Arizona, the Good Shepherd Mission. Today, I want to lead you in a after at noon devotional prayer service. So this could be found in your Book of Common Prayer, page 138, if you'd like to follow along. I know you good Christians have BCPs by your bedside. During the service, after the reading of the gospel, which Christina will do, I'd like to offer a little reflection homily about our gospel reading. Then I'd like to lead us into a land acknowledgement and people prayer for our area, or where we're at for Navajo land. So this prayer, I'll explain more when we get to that point. But I'd like to start on page 138. If you have a book and you'd like to follow, there's no call and response, so you can just listen as we go. Let us pray. Give praise, you servants of the Lord. Praise the name of the Lord. Let the name of the Lord be blessed. For his time forth forevermore. For the rising of the sun and going down, let the name of the Lord be praised. The Lord is high above all nations, and his glory above the heavens. Christina, would you lead us in the gospel reading?
A reading from the Gospel according to John. On the third day was a wedding in Cana of Galilee, and the mother of Jesus was there. Jesus and his disciples had also been invited to the wedding. When the wine gave out, the mother of Jesus said to him, "They have no wine." And Jesus said to her, "Woman, what concern is that to you and to me? My hour has not yet come." His mother said to the servants, "Do whatever he tells you." Now standing there with 6 stone water jars for the Jewish rites of purification, each holding 20 or 30 gallons, Jesus said to them, "Fill the jars with water." And they filled them up to the brim. He said to them, "Now draw some out and take it to the chief steward." So they took it. When the steward tasted the water that had become wine and did not know where it came from, though the servants who had drawn the water knew, the steward called the bridegroom and said to him, "Everyone serves the good wine first, and then the inferior wine after the guests have become drunk. But you have kept the good wine until now." Jesus did this, the first of his signs in Cana of Galilee, and revealed his glory, and his disciples believed in him. The word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Thank you, Christina, for that reading. Let us pray. Loving and gracious God, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart always be accepted to you, my rock, my redeemer. I say this in the name of the one God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. As I sit and reflect on John's gospel for this would be the first sign, as he would call it, not a miracle, the first sign of his ministry, social ministry, creating miracles. I mean, Jesus would be creating miracles to let the blind see again. He'd be creating miracles to lift the lame to walk again. He'd be making miracles to let these demonic entities out of people to lead them to even raise the dead. But water into wine? And maybe that was the reason why Jesus had asked, woman, what concern of this is of mine and of yours? Maybe this miracle was too trivial to even think about, considering the amount of miracles and the dire straight miracles of life and death that was needed to be done. But water to wine. But I think Jesus started to make a foundation for his miracles as he started to understand compassion. And this compassion was the foundation of where this wedding took place. I mean, I'm a culinary chef myself, so I can understand all that is involved with hosting a wedding, even catering a wedding, all the expectations and the bells and the whistles and everything that's got to take place when you have something done. I mean, your credibility is on the line, not for yourself, but also for the wedding party and the guests that will come. So you're talking about this social culture and the compassion that comes with responding to something like that. I mean, this social culture that we would call back then was probably the Jewish law. There were particulars that had to be met. There were particulars that had to be put in place for this wedding to happen. And the host, his name was on the line. If you didn't have the social status and the things that you needed to have this, then you become nobody. And if he had 20 to 30 purification jars, that means these jars were expensive. These weren't just ordinary jars that were made and formed to just hold water. These were honed out of whole rocks, so the purification of these waters would remain pure. So this host's reputation was on the line. And yet Jesus was asked to create a response to this pastoral call. And in this pastoral call, he starts to respond. And it reminds me of a story that I had engaged with here at the Good Shepherd Mission when I was a new priest. When I first came to this mission, we sit in the middle of a community that has many challenges. And one of those challenges is alcohol and drugs. And we get a lot of people that do defacing of buildings, of tagging. Our post office is just riddled with gang signs. And so we sit in this bubble on our campus that we're kind of sheltered from a little bit of the outside world. And yet one day I was standing at my window. They call my house the Watchtower because I oversee the whole campus and I can see everything that's going on. And here this guy walks right through the campus, which is pretty normal. And he stops by the trash, the dumpster, and he starts to tag. I can see the white paint. And here I am yelling at my window, hey, that's not your trash, you can't do that. And I'm getting mad at him. And he's a good maybe 80 yards away, and I'm yelling. So here I go, I'm running out the front door, and I come walking down to the trash, and he flips me off and starts to walk up the hill. And I start to yell at him, hey, you can't do that to our building. Don't do that. Keep walking. So then he comes right around the fence line, and on the other side of our campus, he comes right by my house, and he stands there. And I go meet him here. And here I am, this new priest who's in charge of the buildings and grounds and protecting our buildings and grounds. And he was standing there right in front of me on the other side of the fence. And I thought I was smart, this sneaky priest. And I took my phone out and I quickly took a picture. And I thought, I got you now. I got your picture. I'm going to take this to the police and I'm going to show them who you are. I'm going to get you caught. You're going to go to jail. And then we had a few other engagements, and then he left. He walked off and said, you crazy priest. And here I was pumping my fist at him in anger. And so I called the local security right next to us at the elementary school. And I said, I got the guy you're looking for. And he's like, yeah, he tagged our trash too. And so he's like, this is the guy we were looking for. So I pull up my phone and I'm looking through my pictures and he's standing there. But the top half from his waist up was blurred out. Because just as I took a picture, the sun had popped right out behind his head and you could not see his face. You could not see the upper part of his body. And it was just from his waist down that you could see. And I thought, oh my gosh, what happened? Why did this happen? I had a picture. I could have got him in jail. Then the police officer said, oh, there's nothing we can do. We have nothing to go by. So I come walking home and I was sitting, calming down. And then I realized, oh my gosh, I just made an enemy out of a tagger at our church. Man, we're going to get it now. We're going to see our buildings that are going to be tagged. We're going to see all these markings on our buildings. And I was so worried about it. So the next day, we were doing virtual services. And the next day, our church was closed. And here I was sitting in my living room. I heard this one bell ring from our church. Bing! He had pulled the string on the bell. And I said, that's him, that's him, that's him. So I hurry up and without even putting my shirt on, it was raining outside. Without putting a jacket on, I ran down from my house into the church and he was sitting there inside right in front of the church. And I come and I was standing there and I said, hey, how are you doing? Are you okay? And he said, yeah. And he seemed down about something. So I changed my demeanor and I sat down. So him and I sat in front of the church bell. And I said, you okay? And he was, yeah. I just want to come by and I want to say that I'm sorry. And that's not me. I'm not that kind of a person to yell at you and get mad. And I said, me too. I just want to tell you, I'm sorry. That's not who I am. I'm not the kind of person to yell at people. I was just upset. And so we said sorry. And he told me about what he does before this and where he wanted to be and how he wanted to be part of the community again. So we started to understand each other in a way that we had an understanding, an agreement with each other. He got up and I got up and I said, man, you know what? Thank you for coming back because I was worried about what I said. And then he says, me too. And then he teased me and he says, well, if you didn't come by when I rang the bell, I was going to leave you a note. And I was like, a note? A note on your church door. I thought, oh, no. Don't leave me any notes. I don't need those kind of notes on my door. And he says, okay, well, I'm going to leave you guys alone. I said, thank you so much. And that was compassion. That was the compassion that Jesus led the foundation of where his ministry and miracles stem from. That was the compassion of saving someone's credibility at the wedding. And even though it was not identified as his first entry into miracle, it was the foundation of why he did his ministries and his miracles in the past and the next one coming forward. This compassion allows us to understand our community. I know a lot of us here have a new opportunity in Indigenous ministry where we want to come forward and we want to respond to a lot of these issues that are coming up, and they are part of this world now. They're part of the media, the social media, and even in General Convention, we'll see a lot of this coming about. How do we tell our story with focus? How do we tell our story with commitment? How do we tell our story that will affect and make change and give us as a people something that we can hold on to just to identify who we are and what we're about. And that foundation is compassion. And I think Jesus, we've been fed the inferior wine this entire time and being dismissed and not taken serious. And all these issues of MMIW and boarding schools and all children's lives matter have not been part of this society because it has not been fed right. Maybe it's a time that Jesus is offering the good wine. Maybe it's a time that we now have an opportunity to show compassion by education, by telling our story, by enjoying how we can become part of a church that shows compassion again. Not that social culture of dismissal, that's not that social culture of what was being held on for many years. Now is a time that we can now show who we are with compassion. And what does compassion bring for us? It brings love, it brings joy, it brings celebration. And those were the things that were being presented here at the wedding of Cana. And so Jesus in the Gospels, experience through John, allows us to be in a community of empathy, community of healing, a community of humility, and that connects us together. And that shows that we can show these things in love. And that is the foundation of what Jesus taught us. Amen. I'd like to read a prayer for our intercession section of our prayers. And this intercession allows us to think about our four directions. In our Navajo spirituality, we have a lot of understanding with a process of growth, and it stems from all four directions: above us, below us, and eventually within us. So this prayer derives from Diocese of Arizona, created by Dorothy Sacedo, Vivian Wintertalk, David Royals, and the Indigenous ministries of Arizona have been supported. So we've adopted this here at Good Shepherd Mission, and we practice this ECNY, Episcopal Church in Navajo land. Let us pray. Let us begin with the eastern direction, where the new day begins with blessings at the sunrise, where new life is restored again, your life is born, and new opportunity awaits us, where the Lord has risen. I wish to begin an acknowledgement that our churches are located on the lands of the eastern, among the 19th Pueblo tribes of the Pueblo of the Acoma people. I pay respects to their tribal elders and celebrate their continuing culture and traditions, and I acknowledge the memories of their ancestors. Now let us turn to the south direction, where the young adult life is nurtured, the excitement of life session lessons start to take place. And in this direction, let us remember of our vulnerability as being human, keep an open mind for new lessons that are taught from our elders and the land before us. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land, the White Mountain Apaches, San Carlos Apaches, El Sayaki, and the Toto'odom people. And we call on the spiritual ancestors to walk with us today as we share and learn together. As we turn into the western direction, we turn to the west where Father Sky has completed the journey for the day. We also lay our heads to rest and pray to receive enlightenment within our dreams. We gain wisdom from our Creator to understand how to love each other and how to take care of our precious Mother Earth. I acknowledge the living culture of the Yavasupai, the Havasupai, Yuma, and the Shoshone people, traditional custodians of the land we stand on, and pay tribute to the unique role they play in the life of this region. We complete our prayer circle in the northern direction, where wisdom from our elders continue to teach us our language, culture, and practices of stewardship of the land. We acknowledge and pray respects the Shoshobanik, the Goshut, the Paiute, the Ute, and the Dene as the original people of the land, and their roles as custodians of the land given to them by our one and only Creator God. We commit ourselves to actively work along Indigenous people for reconciliation and justice as we live into the baptismal covenant and respect the dignity of every person. Creator God, we ask you prayers and blessings for the rich cultures, the songs, the prayers, and the people of the land. Bless us all from the east, from the south, to the west, to the north, below us, above us, and most of all, within us. Amen. Let us say the prayer that our Lord Savior has taught us. We are bold to say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, ever and ever. Amen. Lord be with you, and also with you. Let's pray. Almighty God, whose Son and Savior, Jesus Christ, is the light of the world, grant that your people, illuminated by your word and sacraments, may shine in the radiance of Christ's glory, that we may be known, worship, and obey to the ends of the earth through Jesus Christ our Lord, who with you and the Holy Spirit lives and reigns, one God, now and forever. Amen. Blessed Savior, in the hour that hung upon the cross, stretch out your loving arms. Grant that all the people of the earth may see you and to save your mercy's sake. Amen. Let us bless the Lord. Thanks be to God. This ends our daily devotional prayer today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leon, for that beautiful reflection and devotional. And I really appreciated the link about the bad wine. I think that was beautiful and definitely relatable to all of us. We have some time before we start again, and I would like to see if anybody is willing to turn on their camera maybe and share the altar they created, or talk a little bit about the altar they created.
Maybe while people are preparing to do that, if Roger Patience is with us, if Roger could tell us a little bit about the theme for this conference, a chain linking two traditions.
I'd be glad to. Thank you, Brad. And thank you all for allowing us at Holy Apostles in Oneida to welcome you virtually here. Jeremy, would you kindly pull up the slide from the presentation that I just sent you? The theme of the conference, a chain linking two traditions, comes from the work of history by the late Gordy McClester, a longtime member of Holy Apostles and a historian of the Oneida. When I came to Holy Apostles, Gordy handed me a stack of books that he had written about the history of the Oneida. And he said, here's your reading list. So get started. And in this most recent volume called The Wisconsin Oneidas and the Episcopal Church, Gordy uses a metaphor that's derived from the two-row wampum, a traditional symbol of the Haudenosaunee people. He says that modern Haudenosaunee often add a further meaning to the two-row wampum, not just that it symbolizes white colonizers and settlers traveling along together with the Oneida people or the Iroquois people, but modern interpretation also suggests that it's impossible to go down the river together if you have one foot in each canoe, so to speak. You'll fall in the water, just like the cartoons show. And he uses this metaphor as a way of describing the challenges of the relationship between the church and the Oneida people, that some of the missionaries didn't really understand the way to travel together well. Others did, and it's a challenge to perpetually keep that relationship in good shape. And so he goes on to say that the two-row wampum, in a way, has been translated into a more modern metaphor of a covenant chain, a silver chain, if you will, that has to be polished periodically in order to bind the two parties together in their efforts at cooperation and alliance. It's a recognition that the relationship is a two-way street. There's responsibility on both sides. No one side is just on the receiving end, no one side is just on the giving end. And the history that we talked about yesterday is a history of periodically polishing the chain when it gets tarnished or gets rusty, recognizing that there's work required on both sides. So in part, the theme was chosen because of Gordy and his landmark work charting that history of the relationship between the Wisconsin Oneidas and the Episcopal Church.
Well, thank you so much for that, Roger. Wow, that was really interesting. I think it's always helpful to know what the theme is all about to this conference. We weren't able to get to that yesterday, so thank you for providing us with that. I see Kirby is in the background there. Hello, Kirby. Good to see you again. Thank you so much for your words yesterday. I think we could probably, as Shaniqua mentioned, if there's anybody there, anybody with us who'd like to tell us about their altar that they put together, any of the items that are on it, feel free to do so. Raise your hand and we'll see if we can locate you.
Hello. Yes, this is Susan. I don't know how to do video, but I was overwhelmed with emotion yesterday and couldn't speak. I have an altar that usually isn't a religious one. It's about friends of mine from Japan and Colombia when I was studying art. And I did a portrait of them. And I have that with a copy of a Japanese artifact from before 1900. But when it comes to the spiritual, I came back to a Day of the Dead celebration I took part in with somebody else at the school. And what I have a copy, but not the original sweater. It's a very artistic for the 1960s sweater that my friend was in when he died. He was somebody I met when I was 11 in New York. I met him in a bookstore. He was organizing in Boston recently. Byron Rushing, who was a star in the Black community in Boston for a while now, told me that what he died trying to do worked. They didn't put the road through the Black community that he was organizing against. And I look at the sweater and I think, like, I knew this man well. I was sort of still a child. And I never got over him. After Byron Rushing told me last August that it had not been in vain, I'm satisfied. He died for his principles and his community. He was from Bed-Stuyvesant. And I don't know, it's a sad story. I don't know if that's the kind of person you could call a saint, since he wasn't in a lot of the church in New York. I just don't know if he was or not. He just wanted to be friends with me and not go to Vietnam or prison. I'm still looking at the sweater. Thank you. I don't know if this is something I should be talking about.
Well, thank you so much, Susan, for sharing that. And I would just remind us all that St. Paul referred to all Christians as saints, right? And that's why we have that All Saints Day. And that's why we have that beautiful song, I Sing a Song of the Saints of God, right? Because we all want to be one too, and we are one too. Thank you, Susan. Who else would like to share about their altar? Please raise your hand if you're a attendee, and we can promote you so you can speak.
I think Reverend Kathleen said she would share.
Wonderful. Kathleen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
So my profile picture is my altar. I have on it a communion set I was given this Christmas by Cathedral of Cincinnati by Dave Thompson and John Great on the American Indian Ministry Committee there. So that's my communion set there that I'm blessing with this gathering here. And yesterday I had cedar going for the meeting yesterday, the whole conference. And I ran out of charcoal today. So I'm not burning cedar today, but I have a candle going there. And as you can see, I have 4 crosses there, and they're all gifts from different individuals and just kind of blessing them. And then I don't know if you can see it, but I have a crystal there that represents the east, and then a turquoise that represents the south. And I'm using one of the crosses to represent the west. And then I have a black arrowhead right by the candle for the north direction. And then I have Mother Mary and Jesus and 2 abalone shells. So that's my altar, and praying and holding everyone in prayer at this gathering while this altar is set up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathleen. We have time for probably at least one more. Let's see. I would be especially interested in hearing from one of our folks from Central or South America, if one of you would be willing to share. If you could raise your hand, we'll be able to see there's a little button on the bottom of your screen that says raise hand. Maybe not. Oh, there we go. Michael Carney. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Shaniqua. We have actually, we tried to get on Facebook over in our sanctuary and parish hall and had some technical difficulties. So we've retreated from our altar to the living room of the vicarage where things are working well, but bringing some of our most precious gifts, the people of St. Elizabeth's and White Rocks. And we're very grateful to be part of this today. Forrest, Madeline, Marcia, and me, others who were here earlier, and send our blessings to everyone in the community.
Thank you, Michael. I'm looking forward to your presentation, you and Forrest's presentation later today.
Oh my gosh, they were dazzling white. Did you see that? Were they transfigured or what was going on there? I don't know.
And you were surprised, Brad?
Maybe I shouldn't be. I should start thinking more highly of you. I think I'm going to build 3 booths for you. Something like that. Well, thank you so much, Shaniqua, for facilitating this. You always do such a great job, and I'm proud to have you as my colleague. Let's see it for Shaniqua. Yay.
Thank you, Brad.
We're going to go ahead and make a transition to the next item on the agenda. We have some opening music. Our friend Ron Brayman is with us, who wants to do a drum song. Ron, are you ready to go with that? Is Ron with us? Yes, he is. I can see Ron.
Okay, here I am.
Good to see you.
So this song is a Shoshone Naraya song. The more complicated term for it is a ghost dance song. Our elders didn't like that word though, but it's a healing song. And we usually do these songs in the springtime. And they are very old. They usually have to do with nature. And this one is about a root called doza. And it's a healing herb that's very important to us. You have to get it in the mountains. And I'm singing it right now because it's one of the herbs I gave my sister and my nieces for them to make tea with as they're recovering with their second fight with COVID. They all got it again, even though they were vaccinated. It's terrible. So I'm going to sing this song, hoping that that doza helps us. Marakumbani, Marakumbani, Hoviare, Hoko Habiti, Marakumbani, Marakumbani, Dosaro Yambi, Dosaro Yambi, Dosaro Yambi, Marakumbani, Marakumbani, Dosaro Yambi, Dosaro Yambi, Dosaro Yambi, Marakumbani, Marakumbani. Hiya, wine. Thank you.
Ilameya, thank you so much, Ron. That was beautiful. It's time to transition to the annual address from the missioner. And just want to let you know that when I'm through with this address, we're gonna have some Q&A afterwards. And then before we transition into the next presentation, which is going to be on Indigenous theological education, we'd like to have some music as we go into that next presentation. So Alonzo, I see you're with us. If you feel like sharing your gift of music with us at that time, I can call on you to do so after I'm done. Just want to give you a heads up. If not Alonzo, then maybe Buddy. Either one of you, you're so gifted and appreciated. Want you to know that. Haumataki Epi. Greetings, my relatives. It is a joy to be with you today, albeit virtually, here at Winter Talk 2022. I want to especially welcome and acknowledge our friends from Province 9 and Latin America who are with us. Saludos, mis amigos. I'm going to offer the opportunity for any of you to ask questions about the content of this address or anything that you would like to ask of me. Just feel free to put your questions in the Q&A option at the bottom of your screen, and we'll try to get to as many of those as we can. Winter Talk was initiated by the Office of Native American Ministries, now the Office of Indigenous Ministries, in the 1980s as a way of continuing the tradition of Indigenous people gathering for winter counts and to tell stories, share wisdom, renew friendships, pray, eat, and celebrate together. We have been doing this most years since then. Unfortunately, as it was last year, we can't yet be with one another personally due to continued pandemic safety concerns, and we are all disappointed about that. But we know that COVID continues to ravage our Indigenous communities, and we are called to put safety, the safety of each other, first. I want to express my appreciation to the people of Oneida and Holy Apostles Church for their assistance in making this happen. Vicar Roger Patience, Richard Ackley, and Jenny Webster from Oneida, who are on the design team, thank you. I can tell you that they had some really impressive plans in place for an in-person event at the Radisson Hotel and Conference Center, Green Bay. But they had to be canceled last week, as we all know. I want to be clear that we will follow through with them. And God willing, we will be there in person for Winter Talk 2023 and to mark the 200th anniversary of the Oneida people in Wisconsin. Incidentally, the first intentional ministry that the Episcopal Church initiated with Indigenous people was with the Oneida in New York under Bishop John Henry Hobart in the early 19th century. I also want to express my appreciation to the design team and those who are presenting and providing production support at this conference. We had a challenging time having to shift from an in-person event to a virtual event within 1 week. And if that wasn't complicated enough, my office's administrator, Angie Cabanban, who would have ordinarily been involved with many of this conference's logistics, and who helped us greatly with our in-person planning, was out on jury duty. It wasn't easy. It was more than a little confusing at times, but we did it, and I'm grateful. Thank you, design team members. I'm pleased to say that this is the beginning of my 6th year as Indigenous missioner, and that I continue to enjoy working with you in ministry partnership. I'm telling you the truth in saying that this is the best position I've ever had. I love it. I appreciate being part of the ethnic ministries team with Anthony Guillen, the Latino Hispanic missioner, and his associate, Samuel Bourbon, who was with us at this conference. Hola, Samuel. Fred Vergara, the Asian American missioner, Ron Bird, the Black Ministries missioner, Angie, and Mary Crist, the Indigenous Theological Education coordinator. And on occasions such as these, Shaniqua, broken leg of the Office of Justice, Reconciliation, and Creation Care. The missioners, the ethnic missioners, meet nearly every week on Zoom to discuss what we are doing and plan together how to do it. We help each other as much as we can. Throughout 2021, while navigating the challenges of the pandemic, I conducted numerous virtual Doctrine of Discovery presentations and preached virtual sermons throughout the church. I facilitated virtual book studies in numerous dioceses, focusing mostly on Bishop Charleston's book, The 4 Vision Quests of Jesus, which have been well received by those who participated. It is obvious that virtual worship and programming are increasingly in use and appear to be at least part of the way of the future. And I think they should be part of our long-term strategic plan for Indigenous ministries. Virtual types of ventures can be a challenge to some Indigenous communities due to technological limitations. I think we need to look at how we can help all our communities and congregations become capable of doing virtual ministry to the fullest. It shouldn't be a situation where it can't be done. And if there is difficulty, we need to work together to make it happen. There have been a number of highlights this past year that I want to mention. The video that we saw yesterday, Native Voices Speaking to the Church and the World, was produced gradually throughout the year with the help of Mary Crist and cinematographer Bill Weiss. I truly appreciate the voices of authenticity and wisdom that are featured in this video. I am proud of each and every one of the contributors. The video will be used in our Doctrine of Discovery presentations and will be available for viewing on the DFMS website and possibly other sites as well. While it works good within the context of a Doctrine of Discovery presentation, I think it's good enough to stand on its own. Very proud of that work. In the spring, there was a contingent of Indigenous people who participated in the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. We submitted 2 statements to the Secretariat, and we offered a virtual panel discussion to all the forum registrants, focusing on Indigenous people and the Episcopal Church. In the summer, after the unmarked graves of Indigenous boarding school students were uncovered in Canada, I met with 2 committees of our Executive Council to discuss the issue of Indigenous boarding schools and the Episcopal Church, specifically acknowledging and owning up to our own history of operating them. This led to the statement that was issued by Presiding Bishop Curry and House of Deputies President Gay Jennings in response, and the webinar that my office produced in the fall addressing the boarding school issue. Most of you know that my parents were boarding school survivors. So this is a personal issue for me, as it is for virtually all of us. Acknowledging it and beginning to hear Native voices tell of it is an important first step, one that was a long time coming. My hope and prayer is that it will lead to responses that are substantive, just, and aimed at the restoration of right relationship between Indigenous people and the powers that be in the church and in this country. One of the biggest highlights of the past year has to do with Indigenous theological education and the good work that Mary Crist is doing. We will be hearing from her and from Julie Lytle of Bexley Seabury Seminary after my address regarding the details of their work and plans. And I'm delighted to say, as some of you may already know, that we received a $200,000 grant from Trinity Wall Street to design and start an academic program for Indigenous leadership development. We only asked for $150,000, and they decided to throw in an extra 50 grand just in case we needed it. How often do you see that? In short, wonderful things have been happening, and I look forward to more as we move forward. I want to take this time to acknowledge and thank the members of the Indigenous Ministries Advisory Council, the IMAC, the Right Reverend Mark Latine of Alaska, the Right Reverend Jonathan Foltz of South Dakota, Reverend Leon Sampson of Navajo Land, Stephanie McMorris of Los Angeles, Shorty Kimball of Arizona, Judy Gao of Alaska, Robert Fox of North Dakota, Carrie Stone of Minnesota, Kenneth Hawk of South Dakota, Buzz McDonald of Oklahoma, Alan Hicks of Olympia, Washington, and Roth Puahala of Hawaii. We meet virtually each month. I value their opinions and advice. They are my link to the grassroots of Indigenous communities, and I could not do this ministry without them. With a heavy heart, I want to take some time to acknowledge the people who have been a part of our Winter Talk community and in our lives in general, who have died this past year. If you feel moved to do so, please enter the names of those you have lost in the past year in the chat option. All you need to do is enter their name and share it with us. Two in particular, Ginny Doctor, who had an extensive history of involvement in the church, both here and in Canada. Hers was a powerful voice, and she contributed many things to Indigenous ministry over the years, and was interim missioner for a time in the 1990s. And Doyle Turner, who served as a priest on the White Earth Reservation in Minnesota for many years, and as chair of the White Earth Band of Ojibwe Tribal Council. There have been a number of others as well, including those we have lost to COVID. I want to take a moment of silence for us to remember them. May their souls and the souls of all the departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Amen. Finally, my relatives, I ask for your prayers as we move forward. I don't know what the world, the country, or the church will be like 5 years from now or 10 years from now. There is a great deal of uncertainty. But we know that Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. God's love for us, shown through Jesus, is eternal. It will not change. We can count on that. Count on the one who keeps promises, the promises we can hold in our hearts all our lives. Pilamia Mitakwasi. I'd like to take some time now to, if there's any questions, if you added any to the Q&A at the bottom of your screen, the Q&A option, I'd certainly be glad to respond to them. I'm not seeing any Q&As yet. Well, no Q's anyway. Remember, there's no such thing as a dumb question, although there are many dumb answers. I've done my share of those. How about if anybody wants to raise their hand, if anyone has a question or anything they'd like to say that you'd like me to respond to? I will need Jeremy's help in locating anybody who has their hand up. Leon.
Yes, Brad, I'm so excited about what's happening so far and a lot of us, but the goals that we've set that I've attended anyway for the past few winter talks. One question that I really am curious about is, and I think we've been moved forward last year, was the youth ministry. Is there any updates on the Indigenous youth gatherings that could be possible in the future?
I've recently been in conversation with John Floberg, who might be on this call, about having a Native youth event again this summer in North Dakota at Camp Gabriel on the Standing Rock. We had it there a couple of years ago, and it worked very well. So that's what the plan is. It's going to be, I believe, in mid-June, before Niobrara Convocation. So that's what we're looking at. Of course, all of this hinges on the DFMS and their travel policy. But I think that the ban will be lifted certainly by then, and we can move forward with it. I do have some money in my budget for it, so we do intend to do it, and hope to have some youth from Navajo land join us in North Dakota. Thank you for asking. We have something in the Q&A.
Someone has asked, how many ordained ministers of Indigenous origin does the Episcopal Church have?
That is an excellent question, and it's difficult to answer. To begin with, Indigenous identity is quite complex. Who is Indigenous? Is it someone who is enrolled with a tribe, as many of us are? Although we know that there are a number of Indigenous people who aren't, for various reasons. They can't be. And then we know that there are a number of congregations out there, Indigenous congregations, who don't have Indigenous clergy in charge of them. They have non-Indigenous clergy in charge of them. And there are a number of people here on this call who would fit into that category. CPG, the Church Pension Group, and Garth Howe is with us. He'll be giving a presentation later on this afternoon. CPG has difficulty keeping up with these statistics because so many of our clergy are not a part of their system. And we're going to look at ways that we can change that so that they can participate in it in some way, or at least be known. So nobody really has definitive statistics on that, how many Indigenous clergy we have in the Episcopal Church. I know that in my constituency, of the ones that I know of, I think would number probably around 30 or 40. I haven't been keeping track, but I do know that there are others who are out there that my office just hasn't identified because they haven't been involved with the activities of my office. Every time General Convention rolls around, and I see the list of General Convention deputies who are claiming Indigenous identity, there's always a good number of names that I do not recognize. Don't know who these folks are because they haven't been involved with our Indigenous ministries constituency. So it is a goal and a hope of mine to at least get close to knowing all of them and identifying all of them, but we have a way to go before we get there.
Thank you, Brad. Gustavo Monzon said that they will have about 10 ordained Indigenous ministers in Guatemala. And we have several questions about the video we saw yesterday. People are wondering, when will it be available on the website?
Hopefully soon. That I don't think that will be difficult to do. I just need to have a conversation with Amanda Skofstad, the public affairs officer, and with Jeremy and perhaps Chris Sikkema of the DFMS to see how we can do that and how quickly it can happen. But as I said, I think that it is certainly good enough to stand on its own and needs to be seen by as many people as possible. And I'd be open to your suggestions and anything that you could do, any of you could do, to help give the video more attention. I saw when we showed it yesterday, I saw some comments saying this needs to be shown at General Convention, or this needs to be seen by everyone in the ordination process, ideally all Episcopalians, and I agree with that. So we are going to be looking at ways that we can move forward with it. Yesterday was the first time it was ever seen publicly.
And two people have asked questions that are kind of similar. One says, how can non-Indigenous Episcopalians help with your projects and goals? And the other one is very similar. What can a white person do now to support the mission of this winter talk for the rest of the year?
I think one way is to make it known within your congregations and dioceses that Indigenous people exist, that we exist within the Episcopal Church, that we've been here since before there was an Episcopal Church. We've always been in relationship with our denomination. We're still here. We're not relics of the past. We're not history. We are the present. We are your brothers and sisters in Christ. And to tell our stories, or at least acknowledge us. And one way to do that is by land acknowledgements and by reaching out and trying to establish a relationship with Indigenous people who are local to where you are. Many times when people think of Indigenous ministries, they think of Navajo land or Alaska or the Dakotas, and that's fine. But there are Indigenous people all over the country. 6 million of us, over 6 million altogether, and most of us do not live on Indian reservations or land trusts. We live in major metropolitan areas. So I always tell people, don't think that there are no Indigenous people where you live, because there are. You just don't see them and haven't had a relationship or association with them. So to be aware of that, to promote awareness of it, and to, with regard to land acknowledgements, to do them on your websites, social media pages, in your newsletters, as a part of the prayers of the people at the beginning of your worship services and announcements that you have going in your congregations. And hopefully conversations will ensue from that. That's what a land acknowledgement is intended to do. It's not supposed to just stand on its own as its entirety in and of itself. It's supposed to lead to something more. So hopefully land acknowledgements where the Indigenous tribe that lives on the land or used to live on the land where you are will be acknowledged. And then people will start to think, well, what happened? Why aren't they here anymore? And how do we respond as a community of faith to that? So land acknowledgements are supposed to lead to something more. And hopefully that will happen. I like Shaniqua likes to use the illustration that of you're using something that belongs to someone else. So, you know, I just say, like, for example, you know, this is Roger Patient's iPhone. I took it from him and I'm using it. I have no intention of giving it back. I'm going to continue to use it, but I just want everyone to know that it's Roger Patient's iPhone. You know, what good is that? I mean, if you just leave it be as such. So land acknowledgements need to be followed up. They need to be, they need to hopefully lead to relationships and just actions in the future. That's
There's
yes.
a couple questions from our Spanish-speaking siblings. One of them is from Ernesto Kiran. In the training of priests and seminaries, is the spirituality of the original peoples spoken of? And I know that from my experience, we did Indigenous liturgies when I was in seminary at CDSP. I think you might have even been involved in one of them, Brad. But I'm sure other folks could talk about that a little more. And then I'll translate the other question in a moment.
Well, there was a time when it wasn't being done. In fact, it hadn't been done up until quite recently for a number of reasons. But I think it needs to happen. We need to do more of it. The church is a multicultural church, but the leadership and the liturgies have not been, at least have not adequately been, and still in many cases are not. So it's something that we need to work on. And my office has been in contact with a number of seminaries and dioceses as to how we can make that happen, either through enculturated liturgies or revisions in the curricula for the students. But I just feel like we're in the early stages of doing that work, and we need to expand it. It's an excellent question. And by the way, with regard to Province 9, my office, my intention is to expand our outreach to our siblings in Latin America. We need to do that. We haven't been doing nearly enough of it. It's a little complicated to do right now with the pandemic. I'm not sure what the next steps will be, but I've been to Latin America a couple of times and I hope to go there sometime this year if I'm able to do it. And looking particularly at Honduras and Colombia and Venezuela, areas like that. We do have some folks on the call here, I noticed, who are from other countries in Latin America that aren't a part of the Episcopal Church per se. I think they're Anglican dioceses and provinces, but still we can work together just as we do with our siblings in Canada. And so my hope is to do more of that with Province 9. Next question.
Thank you, Brad. That also sort of answers another question we had from Gustavo, who sort of asked what's being done in Latin America. Someone else had said, I have to find it. Well, I will ask this one first. Is the ultimate goal of land acknowledgement to return of the land to Indigenous communities?
That's a complicated question. It certainly is one of the options, I think. How likely is that going to happen? I don't know. There are certainly legal issues and possibly legislative issues associated with that type of action. How successful they can be, I'm not sure. I think it's on the table as an option. But the thing that I do know about Indigenous people is that we're generous people. We don't want anyone to have their home taken away from them. because we know what that's like. We know how devastating that is. We wouldn't wish that on anybody. So for people who might get panicky thinking, oh my gosh, we're not going to give the land back. Well, that's not necessarily what we're asking. There are other ways of making reparations happen. So I think reparations are important, and they need to stem from land acknowledgements, but it doesn't necessarily mean returning the land to a tribe. If you remember from the video, those of you who watched it yesterday, Paul Snavy was talking about repatriation of the remains of Indigenous students interred currently in boarding school cemeteries around the country, repatriating them back to their homeland. That's something the church can be involved in. That's something the church has been involved in, as we've seen with Oneida and Rosebud Mission in South Dakota. I think that is something that the church must do, and it's an important example of reparations.
We have a question from Reverend David Limo, or David Limo. He says, one of my concerns is that the liturgical calendar of our church should include the festivities of our towns. Is there a project in this regard?
Oh my gosh. Not that I can think of. Is anybody else here who might be able to give more information about that, which I might not be aware? I think that's excellent. An excellent suggestion. Yes, I think Roger has his hand up. Roger, patience.
Yes, Brad. One of the things I understand from conversations with colleagues who are on the Standing Commission on Liturgy and Mission is that there is something of a preference for adding to the calendar people where there is a local observance of them as a local saint. That is to say, the natural bubbling up of people like Cornelius Hill, for example, Oneida priest and last hereditary chief of the Oneida, has been added over the years to the liturgical calendar. So I think, your office and this gathering could probably be very helpful in saying, who are some of those figures that we would like to raise to the attention of the Standing Committee, so that they can incorporate it into the larger work that they do of managing the calendar of saints, so to speak.
I mean, we currently have a number on our calendar. David Pendleton, Oker Hader, and Anna Magabo, and some others, but we certainly need to be doing more with that. And that's kind of a complicated general convention process. But my office certainly is interested in helping anybody who would want to initiate that.
Diana Lopez said, I'm not quite sure of how this question, I think there's an underlying context that I'm not familiar with, but it says, do you follow the process of extermination of ethnic groups in the US? I'm not sure exactly. I'm wondering if this is like a Doctrine of Discovery type of question, or if it's just kind of like if the pattern of genocide is similar, asking if it's similar in the US as it is to our siblings in Province 9, or if it's different.
Well, genocide absolutely happened here in what is now known as the United States. It was probably the longest lasting, most lethal, and extensive genocidal process in human history. And it was committed by people who are still in power and seen as the good guys. It wasn't done by an evil empire that no longer exists with an identified dictator who's a bad guy. It was done by the government, our own government, and the presidents and the legislators that have come before us to the present day. I mean, we're still experiencing the effects of genocide. So, but in the church, I don't think we've given enough attention to that. And we haven't given enough attention to what our own role was in that genocide. I think with the boarding school issues, we're just now starting to take a look at that. And we need to do so. In the Doctrine of Discovery trainings that we do, we bring that out, we acknowledge it. We tell the unsettling truths. And that's a part of what we need to be doing. I mean, genocide is ongoing. It's found in just about every part of the world, and in our own backyard.
And maybe this will be the last question. Robin Bowen asks, how do you get on the board? I'm assuming she's talking about the IMAC. And can you sit in on the webinars or Zooms when they meet?
The Indigenous Ministries Advisory Council is comprised of Indigenous people, or in the instances of bishops, diocesan bishops, who serve in largely Indigenous dioceses. So the way to get on is you're either appointed by your bishop or you're elected or selected by an Indigenous body, an Indigenous council or committee within your diocese. I do not select or appoint anyone on my council. They're all selected or appointed by others. Bishops, as I said, or Indigenous bodies. So I'm not handpicking people who are my friends who are going to agree with me on everything. I don't operate that way. I need to have my finger on the pulse of the grassroots, the people out there in the communities. I need their thoughts. I need their feedback. I need their ideas, their suggestions, their advice. That's why they're an advisory council. So our council membership, right now we have 12 people, not including Mary, Crist, and myself, who attend all the meetings. Each person who gets appointed serves a 3-year term, and they're staggered terms. We started the council out that way with staggered terms, so that not everybody goes off at the same time and not everybody comes on new at the same time. So the next time we're going to see people go off is going to be at the end of this year. There are going to be several vacancies. And at that point, I will be asking the bishops of the dioceses that have significant Indigenous constituencies to identify someone, or have their local council identify someone that they can elect to serve on my board. So I don't know what diocese the person who asked the question is in.
South Dakota.
South Dakota, yeah. So the next time we have people go off IMAC at the end of this year, I will inform Bishop Foltz about it and ask him to recommend somebody. So if you're interested in serving, be in touch with Bishop Foltz and let him know.
Thank you, Brad.
Oh, thank you, Shaniqua. I think we're over time now. We need to move into the music and then our education presentation with Mary Crist. Alonso, were you wanting to share something?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you. Beautiful, Alonso, my friend. Thank you so much for that. You are so gifted, so talented, and we appreciate your sharing that with us. Thank you. Next, I'd like to move to our presentation on Indigenous theological education. We have my colleague, the Reverend Dr. Mary Crist with us, the coordinator, and Dr. Julie Lytle from Bexley Seabury Seminary. Julie, are you Reverend Doctor or just Doctor?
Just Doctor.
Just Doctor, okay. Well, Doctor is good enough.
Really?
Welcome, and we're all ears. Looking forward to listening to whatever you have to say to us.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you so much. I'd like to, before we show you the first slide in our presentation, I would like to just introduce a little bit of our project. For 2 years, I have been privileged and delighted to be working in this capacity as the coordinator for Indigenous theological education with my colleague, Brad Hoff, and more recently with Dr. Julie Lytle from Bexley Seabury Seminary. What happened was when I took the position 2 years ago, I found out that there really wasn't much in place to coordinate. So I was to coordinate theological education, but there really wasn't too much going on in that field at that time in the Episcopal Church. So it's taken a while to get to know what the needs are, and then to look at what the resources are, and then to write the grants to get the funding to do what it appeared needed to be done. And I am really grateful for funding for the purpose that we'll be talking to you about today from Trinity Wall Street Foundation. We were funded. Julie will tell you about an additional grant that came to the seminary. So we have been working really hard and have produced 4 new programs. That's kind of hard to believe, but these are what we'll be talking to you about today are 4 new options for Indigenous people to become trained beyond the level where they are now. And that could be toward ordination, or it could be as a lay leader. We respect both options, and we've worked hard to provide options for everyone. There was a question earlier in the Q&A about whether or not Indigenous information is contained in classes. The answer is basically no. Now, there are some new efforts, but for the most part, the integration of Indigenous traditions and ideas and thinking and history has been done outside of class. There are classes that talk about Native American studies, for example, or Indigenous history, but to actually take theological courses that have embedded within them Native traditions, that's very, very rare. There are some very promising courses and programs being developed in Canada, but in the US, what we are working on this year and what we hope to be offering beginning in the fall, those are new things. Those are called contextualized theological education options. A contextualized course means that the people who are taking the course will have their traditions included in the teaching of that course. Another thing that is going to be unique for these programs is called competency-based theological education. We've been studying this for almost 2 years. We have attended 2 professional conferences at a national level with other seminaries, and this is an accredited way of designing courses. So we will be looking at how to make people get credit, if you will, for things they're already doing. For example, among the Indigenous people, we have many people already leading churches. But in most programs, they will not get credit for what they've learned in that capacity. So I just offer that to you as an introduction to the background of what you'll be hearing today. Now, we've formed a partnership with Sitting Bull College on the Standing Rock Reservation. That is a new partnership, and what we'll be talking about there are courses that will be developed as time goes on. But the courses that we'll be talking about from Bexley Seabury, many of those in the Pathways program, they're already available. So we're really excited because we can be jumping into this work knowing that we have a solid foundation. We won't be inventing it as we go, but we will be creating something that does not presently exist, to the best of our knowledge, in the Episcopal Church in this country. So with that, let's go ahead to slide 1, Julie, and we'll tell you a little more about what we've been doing. We believe that the Episcopal Church needs to hear the voices of more Indigenous people, because people can learn valuable lessons from our stories. These new programs, 4 of them that you'll hear about, honor Native values. They will build skills in leadership and theology, because we can be both Native and Christian. And the photos show some of our people in churches, working in churches now. These programs may be of interest to you or to someone you know if you're already working in a church and you want to learn more. If you want to learn about God, but also stay connected to Native traditions and teachings. If you want to work in the church, but you're not sure how to get started. If you want to stay home and take classes online. If you have little or no college experience, or if you're not sure how to pay for classes. Listen carefully, because we may have something that will really speak to your heart. Our overall goal in this program development is to help our Indigenous leaders expand the leadership skills they have and to build upon the theological understandings that they have and that they are using in their work supporting Episcopal churches. We're going to show you 4 different ways to reach that goal. The first one is called the 2+2, a little bit of shorthand there just to make it easier, and we'll talk about that one right now. Okay, Julie? What is the 2+2 program? It's a new program. It involves teaching in theology and leadership for church workers who want to learn more. There is no college required for admission to this program. The tuition and books for the first 10 students accepted, or I probably should say for the first cohort of 10 students accepted, will be paid for with a grant. So there is no expense to you for the tuition and books. Most courses will be offered online, but some will be short courses offered in person with follow-up activities to be done in the church where you live. You will work closely with mentors and faculty members. What kinds of things will be learned? I was just going to give a couple of examples, but since we're translating, I'm going to go through these so that you can see all the possibilities. These are very practical courses, teaching and helping build skills in things that people actually do on the job in a church. So for example, to preach a sermon, you learn how to preach, learn how to care for people in pain, learn how to lead a funeral, learn how to teach Bible classes, learn how to explain church history, learn how to make decisions, learn how to deal with conflict, learn how to manage money, learn how to plan special events, learn how to plan a worship service, and learn how to work with young people, and of course, many more things. This is a picture of Mabel Vent, who is a leader for Good Shepherd Church in Hooslea, Alaska. The 2+2 partners for this program are Bexley Seabury Seminary, where the courses for years 1 and 2 will be offered. And the second 2 years will be courses offered through a partnership with Sitting Bull College. So years 3 and 4 would be Sitting Bull College coursework. Now, the first 2 years are dedicated to building foundations. And these are courses that will be modified in some cases to include more of indigenous needs, but these are courses that are existing now, and they will allow us to get started for years 1 and 2. You can see the titles. Discerning My Path, that's a course that everyone will take to start, to help people really hear what God is calling them to do. Then we have 4 classes that are canonically approved and will generate a license to practice with the approval of the diocesan bishop where the person lives. That would be to become a pastoral leader, an evangelist, a worship leader, and a preacher, a lay preacher. Another course is called Foundations for Baptismal Living. Another one, Engaging God's Story. Then we have Theology and Ethics, Prayer and Worship, Episcopal History and Polity, Conflict Management, Dignity, that is becoming a church and representing Christ, and also the Doctrine of Discovery. There is a catechist class that will be available. I think it has some prerequisites for it. After year 1 and 2 are completed, and there is some flexibility in how a person moves through these courses, years 3 and 4 will be in applied theology. Now, these courses are to be developed. These are not ready to go yet. We'll be working with some of our leaders in the Episcopal Church as well as faculty at Sitting Bull College. The Theology of Pastoral Care and Ministry, Pastoral Leadership, Church History, Advanced Preaching, Old Testament, New Testament, and then 2 classes that are already existing at Sitting Bull College, Comparative Spirituality and Native American Studies Special Topics. So participants in years 3 and 4, depending upon what college they have had, if any, they may be able to take some electives that will apply toward the Associate of Arts degree. We're envisioning that these theology courses will be electives in the General Studies degree plan.
Hi, everybody. I'm Julie Lytle with Bexley Seabury, and I can't tell you how excited I am to be working with Mary on the 2+2 program, as well as the rest of the things that you're going to see described here. We're going to hopefully help you to see how they can be a developmental path, but you don't need to start with one and end with another. They aren't consecutive. They're 4 different offerings depending on where you feel God is calling you. The first set that Mary was describing is probably more at an undergraduate level, so it's not going to assume a lot of advanced study. And you'll see a lot of the same kinds of topics repeated as we come here into the Masters of Divinity degree. The idea is that you're going to be doing more graduate level study. Now, that doesn't mean you have to have graduate study capability, that you have to be thinking at the end of a graduate program. You need to be capable of doing graduate work. We will accept some folks that are without a bachelor's degree, but there's going to be a little bit of requirements in terms of demonstrating in a conversation with some of our faculty in terms of a writing project and a reading comprehension to see that you're at the level so that you're not going to get overwhelmed. But the goal is that we've taken all of the regular courses that are a part of our traditional Masters of Divinity program that's usually set up in a 13 or 14 week semester or 1 or 2 week intensives. We've taken all of the competencies that are a part of them and we've decoupled them from courses. So this is going to be a self-paced, team-directed master's. And what that means is you're going to be able to work with the team. Usually the team's going to be someone from your diocese, somebody from your community or your working context, and somebody from the school to help you to create what is your own learning plan and how are you going to be able to learn what you need to do or demonstrate what you already know to be able to earn the degree. Again, we are very thankful to Trinity Church Wall Street, who's provided us with a grant to start this. And we're hoping to have 8 to 12 folks for the first year. We're going to be launching this. This is the first anyone's hearing about it. We're going to be launching it in the fall for folks to be able to participate. And our preference is to have Indigenous learners. It will be a mixed group, but our preference is to have predominantly Indigenous learners be a part of this program. It's going to be a 2-year program, and we're going to be able to pay for the tuition and most of the costs, all of the required resources for folks to be able to earn a Master's of Divinity. It's not time bound from the perspective of your degree. You can do it as quickly or as slowly as you're able. But we will have a 2-year pilot where we're going to ask the folks, in exchange for having that tuition and resources, we're going to ask for feedback so that we can be developing it and enhancing it and making sure it's ready for anyone to take when we start publicizing it for the general public in a year or 2 after this. So we hope you'll seriously consider it. And as with Mary describing hers, this is where you're going to be able to become part of what we call context-aware, critically reflective, pastorally responsive practitioners. Again, it's for lay people as well as those feeling called to ordained ministry as priests or deacon. And it's similar to our traditional degree, it's just not course-based. It's going to have a lot of the flexibility that you will need to create your own learning plan, to get through the same knowledge and skills with our seasoned mentors. And we are looking forward to hopefully having at least 8 or 10 folks from the Indigenous community. You will do all of the traditional ways of showing what a Master's of Divinity student has. You'll be studying the Bible. You'll be learning about religious and spiritual practices. You'll be looking at Christian, particularly from the Episcopal and Anglican history, as well as other theologies and histories from other denominations and other faith groups. We're going to be helping folks to develop cultural competencies and self-awareness. And we're going to be able to put you in a learning community. Our program that we currently have that's course-based takes what's been traditionally a 1 or 2 year field placement, where you can usually get 2 or 3 different kinds of experiences. We're actually having a full community of practice in a local site where you'll spend at least 2 years working with that community and demonstrating a lot of these skills that you're going to have. And so the goal is to be able to help you exercise effective leadership and to use the tools for being able to do community building and engaging members of the wider community. And to be able to connect what you're learning in school and in the practicums with what's going on in the world in your ministry context. We also are developing a competency-based program for deacons. It's using the Association for Episcopal Deacons competencies, and we're working with other dioceses that have people who need programs but don't have a full program themselves, as well as with other schools of formation, like the California School for Deacons that was set up predominantly for deacons to be trained, with the emphasis on diaconal ministry. We're going to work with them who haven't been filling their capacity, and we're going to have a platform for folks to be able to develop a learning plan and a timeline with a mentor team to be able to satisfy all of the requirements of the AAD competencies. It's going to be giving you access to all of the folks at Bexley Seabury, as well as your local ministers and dioceses, to be able to show those competencies and to be able to have those kinds of personal and community building experiences, most of which will be online, but some of which may be in gatherings, to be able to be ordained as a deacon. all of the things that you would learn as a deacon. I'm not going to read the full list, but we do have all of this PowerPoint along with some flyers that are promoting all 4 of our programs that I think Jeremy has put into the chat for you to be able to download, so you can read these all together. But some of the things that the deacon's requirements encourage you to have as a competency are being able to read and interpret the Bible and to share God's story and to connect it with your own. We want you to be able to understand the role and functions of diaconal ministry and how those things have shifted over time. And we're going to help you to be able to interpret the needs of your local context as well as the wider community to be able to bring God's prophetic word into those places. We're excited that there have been so many deacons who have been ordained within the church. Mary shared with me this picture of Bishop Brickle, who's ordained Alan Hicks and Darren Chedster to be able to be deacons in Olympia area. So we're looking forward to helping others to prepare in a similar way.
Now, our 4th option is for people who are currently working in Indigenous churches. They may be remote, they may be small, but people are still asking, how can I get more training? I'm not going to leave where I live and go away to seminary, and I may even have trouble sometimes with accessing courses online. This is a really tailored program for someone who is not seeking a degree program, who may be exploring. They might not be leading a church yet, but they're working in the church and they're interested in learning more. So this is really a tailor-made program for someone who may feel like, I don't know how to get more training. I want more, but I don't know how to get it. This would let us do an assessment of what the person is already doing. And again, to create a learning plan for them based upon what their needs are in the church where they're presently serving and what their long-term goals might be. These will be extremely practical courses, many coming from the Pathways program, but not obligating somebody for the 2+2 program. These will let people learn how to keep the church running. You know, what do you have to do if you find yourself in charge of a little church that might be 400 miles by plane from the nearest city or from the diocese? How can we support these folks? Well, this will be done in a variety of ways in terms of delivering instruction. It may be online. It could be we fly in or drive in. It could be that we have a group of people who gather together in a place where we can get them with follow-up assignments to be done in the home church. The bottom line is this is a very creative, individually tailored support instructional program for people who need it, but who do not qualify in terms of being able to leave home to go take courses elsewhere. These are also very practical. They're some of the same things you saw in the 2+2. How to teach. This happens to be a picture of Nancy James in Fort Yukon, Alaska. She's in charge of the church there. She is also the first chief of her people. And so she has her hands full. She's probably not going to be able to leave and go to seminary somewhere, and yet she's eager to learn more. So all of the things that someone does when you run a church are things that Nancy does. And I've seen her do pastoral care in the most beautiful way using her own native language. So these are people who are highly competent already. They just want to learn more, but they need to have it tailored for their needs in a way that typically academic programs don't do it. Now, these are 2 flyers that we have as PDFs. I believe Jeremy is putting these into the chat. If not, we'll put them into the chat to make sure you get them. These are all in English, but I believe we could easily have these translated. I think, to be honest, we were surprised to have so many people from Spanish-speaking countries, and we can make them available to you. I also know that in Latino ministries, there are many exciting things happening in terms of new training programs for people in Spanish-speaking settings. And I also know that they received a very generous grant from Trinity Wall Street. So there are even more options for you than we're presenting here. And Samuel Bourbon might be able to talk more about those. So here are our names. I'm Mary. You've heard Julie. These are our phone numbers and our emails. And we will be happy to get more information for you. We were just funded a few days before Christmas. We are actually late November is when we found our funding was approved for these programs. So we've been working pretty fast. Jeremy is saying also that this PowerPoint presentation can be downloaded, so it will be available for you to use. And if there's any way that we can help you, we will be reaching out to people, but we'd love to have you get in touch with us, and we'll do everything we can to help you get involved, or to help people you know get involved. We believe this represents a creative way, a cost-effective way, and an Indigenous-friendly way to do theological education. It will be something new in our church. So I thank you, and we're here to take a few questions. I think we have time. It looks, I'm watching my watch here. We have, I think, at least 15 minutes that we could take questions if you have them. Thank you so much.
I see a couple of questions in the Q&A.
All right.
I haven't been monitoring the chat option closely, so there may be some in there. One question, if you have a Bachelor of Science degree, do you take just the theology courses?
I think the question is, what do you want to have as your outcome? You're more than welcome to take any of the courses, the theology courses, the scripture courses, the history and tradition. Any of the courses are there for anyone's continuing education. If you want to be ordained as a priest or as a deacon, then you need to understand what your bishop and the diocese requires, and work with them to figure out which of these programs would be the right program for you and what collection of courses go with it. There are, for the MDiv, which is what most priests are required to have in most dioceses, there are, for the MDiv, a set of competencies that we have to maintain based on our accreditation status. And that has a wide range of pathways, I would call them, not just courses. We've taken away the courses so that you can make your own path to show that you've got the ability to do the things that are going to show that you're competent in theology, or competent in Bible, or competent in being able to talk about church history, or competent in being able to preside in a liturgical context. So that will depend a lot on what you're trying to accomplish.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Mary.
Oh, I was just going to ask, do you want me to look at the Q&A, or are you going to manage those, Brad?
Well, we only have, let's see, 2 more questions, and they're in Spanish. Oh, wait a minute. They're in Spanish. So I don't know if Samuel is is with us and can maybe translate those for us. 2 questions that are in Spanish.
The first one,
yes.
The first one says, Hispanic immigrant communities include many from indigenous peoples and often live in common neighborhoods. Do they have plans to raise up leaders among them?
Well, I don't think would we be able to offer courses to leaders who are asking to have more training? The answer would likely be yes. I don't think that we will be going into the communities to look for those people, mainly because of the logistics of being able to do that, especially in the middle of a pandemic. If I'm understanding it correctly, if there were a group of people all together in one village, we would be able to reach out and design a way to serve them. But in terms of recruitment, we're probably not going to be able to go out and look for them.
The other things that I would like to highlight is that the current courses that we've identified are going to be offered in English. So unfortunately, it requires a competency to be actually able to engage in written and oral work as an English speaker, even if your native language is different. We are working with a lot of folks to develop a Spanish language parallel to this, and I'd like to highlight the work of the folks in the Episcopal Diocese of Washington. UML Hernandez is putting together a fully integrated program where he's actually translating all of the texts so that they're available in Spanish language, as well as providing a platform. And we're trying to work with them to support his development of that program with teachers that are fluent in Spanish language, for particularly diaconal ministry. And we want to expand that to also see what we can do for priestly ministry.
Is Samuel, are you hearing this? I was going to ask if Samuel wanted to talk a bit more about the new things that are coming in Latino ministry. I would encourage you to be in touch with Anthony Guillen, who is the missioner for Latino ministry, because they received a very large grant also in November. And I know they have some very exciting plans for new courses through expanding the academia program and even a newer program in addition. I would say, thinking creatively about this, if there were a group of people who are Spanish speaking and they were all together in a locale and they had someone who could be a translator, we might be able to figure something out that would be able to work. We might just have to add that to our program. We haven't really prepared for that, but I think that we also could work with with Latino ministries, because we did some collaboration when we were writing the grants. So I wouldn't say it's impossible, but at the present time, we would have to get ready to be able to do that, because the present time it's an English-based program.
So I'm seeing a question from Africa, and Richard, I would love to be able to have you join the program if you're able to manage the time zone difference. This is true for anyone who's hearing what Mary and I are offering you. We're going to be trying to collect names. So if you're interested yourself, or if you know people that you think would be interested in this training as a layperson, as a preparation for diaconal ministry, or as a preparation for priestly ministry, please contact Mary or I. The best thing to do is to be in touch with us personally. We're going to be putting together a list of all of the folks that are applying and are interested in this, and we will work with you individually to see what your circumstances are and whether or not we can accommodate them for this pilot project.
I'm looking through the chat room because we were not doing that. I was thinking someone else was doing that, but this says, Maureen says, the Diocese of Oregon and All Saints Pasadena are working together to offer a 2-year course in Spanish. And Jeremy has kindly put in the contact information for Anthony Guillen, aguillen@episcopalchurch.org. It says it would be a great opportunity for Navajo land churches to be an option for field education. We would be delighted, Leon, to talk with you about that. If someone, Christina, would like to know more about the deacon training, Bishop Foltz, this would be a gift in South Dakota. We're very excited about this. This is a course that has been carefully planned, but also is a course that is in development. So we welcome, we actually will be setting up an advisory committee to the development of these programs. And if you are interested in having a role in that, we'd be happy to have you. Just get in touch with one of us with your name and we can talk with you. I have an advisory committee that actually is operating in New Zealand. And New Zealand is very interested, the Anglican college there is very interested in competency-based instruction. So we're not afraid of time zones. We're eager to be creative, and we're just excited because we think it's time for the Indigenous voices to be heard in theological education.
I'm going to share the screen one more time. This is going to go to the link that I just put into the chat. Pathways for Baptismal Living, Mary's reference, is the platform that we've created for all of our lifelong learning courses. You can get to it by clicking on lifelong learning when you get to the Bexley Seabury page if you forget the rest of it or you can't find the link that I just shared. And this has descriptions of everything that we're offering. And if you click on the link, it will take you to the actual course and give you more of the full development. This is actually the worship leaders course. It shows you what the requirements are, what the topics are going to be, what the books are, and you can register directly for these courses. The thing that's exciting, we've told you about some programs where you can actually prepare in a whole for being a lay leader, a priest, or a deacon. These are also available for continuing ed as individuals. And if any of you are in dioceses where you'd like any of these courses particularly offered within your diocese, we can make a special existence of the course just for you. We need to have at least 8 or 10 folks to be able to make it affordable so we can pay our instructors. But if you have groups of 10 people in your diocese that you want any of these courses that we're showing on our website, any of the courses that are here on this page or in the library of the Pathways course, I'll find this real quick. That's what I'm suggesting, that we be able to also individually work with you to tailor programs to meet your needs. So just stay in touch with Mary and with me, and we'll be happy to try to walk with you to be able to have what you need to do what God's calling you to do.
There was a question about, do seminaries go out and provide training like this? There are a lot of Episcopal seminaries. I'm not sure exactly how many of them reach out in this way. I know that what we were excited about was specifically working with Bexley Seabury, because of the history of Bexley Seabury goes back to, originally 1860 with Bishop Whipple, who set up schools for Indigenous students. And we found that their history and mission statement moves them towards supporting Indigenous theological education. And so we've been able to do some good work already in that field. I think it's an area that's going to become more and more popular, because of the need.
I've seen that there was one question that somebody asked, how many Indigenous students are currently enrolled in seminaries? I know of 2.
We know.
That's how bad it is. So that's how much a program like this is needed. Absolutely.
Well, and to go back to your comment earlier, Brad, about not knowing how many Indigenous priests there are, if we're only having 2 in the pipeline right now, there can't be that many. So how can we help change that? One of the things Bexley Seabury will be the first to admit we haven't done it well all of the time. There are things we've done well in bits and starts. What we're trying to do is to recognize that the current model of theological education isn't accessible to a lot of folks. And the Western style of individualized learning isn't always appropriate for learning communities like folks in the Indigenous community tend to prefer. So we're trying to be responsive to what we've heard, and we're trying to find ways to work with you. And these pilots are also to help us to learn more. We need to test our assumptions and make sure that what we're designing really will help you to be able to do what you're called to do. So hopefully we can partner together in ways. We've appreciated Mary and Brad's help in doing this. And hopefully we can find better ways to do it so that the history can only improve the number of folks who were ordained as deacons and priests, as well as active lay ministers within our communities.
Maureen posted something about there may be more Indigenous people in training because they're not all in residential seminaries. And we realize this is true. Of course it is. The first thing I wanted to do when I took this position was to get in touch with all the Indigenous practitioners in the field. And then I found out very quickly that that's privacy laws has kept that from, it's not even recorded that way. So there was no way to to even come up with that number. But yes, we know there are schools of formation in different dioceses, and they vary a lot. I did a search among the dioceses to find out what are the requirements for someone to complete and get credit for a licensure, like to become a licensed catechist, for example. I didn't survey every one of the 80 plus dioceses, but I did do a random sample, and I found out many of them, it was simply the bishop's signature. There were no learning outcomes. There were no schools of formation. On the other hand, in other dioceses, there were very well organized schools of formation that were planned specifically to serve the people. So just an incredible diversity. And we're hoping that this will fill a need, especially in dioceses where there may not be a school of formation, and the diocese is looking for a quality program. From John Baker, let's see. Oh, John, yes, of course. Standing Rock has been trying to get seminary. Yes, Father John Floberg is the person who drove me personally in his own car to Sitting Bull College, where we met with the academic dean. We're working, we have his support, and we're working with him. Yes, he has been trying to, he's doing well. He's doing well, and he's part of the advisory to this whole process. It said Rachel Tabor Hamilton, Darren and Alan will have their ordinations to priesthood this summer. We hope. It has been a very long journey to get them to this point, and programs like these being described will be important alternatives for dioceses. Thank you, Rachel. And I pray for the two. Those are our two most newly ordained that I know of, Indigenous deacons. This says, Ernesto, if we do not have Indigenous priests, it is because of the style of church that we are presenting. Well, I don't know that we'll reform churches per se, but we will try to train people in a more sensitive way. We do not have, oh, it was in Spanish he translated. Thank you. Yes. I think we've covered. If you put a question in and we did not cover it, please put your hand up. We're trying to cover the things that have been made. Yes, there's John Floberg. Great presentation. I'm looking forward to seeing it happening. We appreciate your help, John. Definitely. All right. Well, thank you very much for the chance to greet all of you today, and keep us in your prayers. It's a big job, and it's a kind of the job that you step out in faith and are willing to do hard work, but you have to have a lot of prayers along the way, because we're building something that is really new. So keep us in your prayers, and know that we're here to serve you and to help. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much, Mary and Julie. Excellent presentation. Good news all around. I know there are many people who are excited about this. It's much needed. I wish that I would have gone through something like that 30 years ago.
Yeah.
But we weren't anywhere near that point. And so you all are pioneers in this. You're forging the way, and thank you so much. We're going to take a break now of about 10 minutes. And then when we come back from the break, Garth Howell from Church Pension Group is going to do a presentation for us. So we're on break until, let's see, in 10 minutes from now, whenever that is, 2:40, 2:41, thereabouts.
Okay.
join with computer audio.
Welcome back to Winter Talk, everyone. We are pleased to have the Reverend Garth Howe with us, also known as Chi-Town Howe, from the Diocese of Chicago, although his roots are in South Dakota. And he is an Indigenous person working with the Church Pension Group. I have met him personally. He is an amazing guy and has a number of things to tell us about CPG. Are you ready to start, Garth?
I am.
Wonderful. Good to see you. Thank you for being here.
So hello, everyone. As Brad said, I am Deacon Garth Howe. I'm coming to you today from my home office in Chicago. I'm a canonically resident here as well, and am blessed to sit atop land that is rich history, rich Native history here in Chicago. Hard act to follow with the Bexley-Seabury folks, although there is a connection. I matriculated with the first class of the newly formed Bexley-Seabury Seminary Foundation. I did my part of my formation with Bexley-Seabury, so I'm always grateful for that. So as Brad mentioned, I am an two-spirit person of the Oglala Sioux and Stockbridge peoples. My fraternal grandfather was born in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. He was Stockbridge. My fraternal grandmother was born on the Crow Creek Reservation in Fort Thompson, South Dakota, where my father was born and where I am an enrolled member. My father left the reservation at 17 years old in the early 30s to go back to the Beaver Dam area where his roots were and to get some education. And within a week, he was drafted. And that was the end of that, that saga. Similar to what we heard yesterday, the rest of that story is very familiar to many of us who share what the burden that Indigenous folks carry with them throughout their lives. But I am very grateful to be here today. I'm honored. You may ask sort of why? Why is Garth here? Yesterday, I loved the reference to getting the right relationship. And Church Pension Group, we're going to talk a little bit about that in a moment. We've been working hard over the last while to make sure that we understand those who serve throughout the church, all areas. Now, I come to you today from Church Pension Group. Official title is the Vice President of Domestic Relationship Management. But I've been blessed, starting a couple of years ago, to have a dual role at Church Pension Group. And so I'm also what's called a Community and Cultural Liaison Officer, and focusing on two specific ministries throughout the church, that of the diaconate. So I am the liaison to the diaconal community as well from Church Pension Group, and the Indigenous community. I am grateful that my position as Vice President will be ending here in the end of March as I retire from that. But I'm thrilled to continue my work as the Community and Cultural Liaison Officer in retirement. So I'm really thrilled that I can focus on those two areas. So I know that I met with Mary and Julie. We can maybe chat about my intersection there with the diaconal community. So I reached out to Brad about 1.5 years ago, I think, and we talked about right relationship. And there was individuals from Church Pension Group met with a variety of folks. I believe it was on South Dakota, talking about, what we can do to have an Indigenous credo. And we'll get into what that means in a second. There was a lot more to that, that interaction, and realized that we needed to spend some time really understanding, once again, the community we serve, the Indigenous community. So I met with Brad a couple of times, and Brad and I had met before. We were talking about the land acknowledgement. I worked on that a couple of churches here in Chicago to do that. Met with Mary Crist to see if there was some intersection between what we do in our education and wellness department. I spent some time with Brad's advisory committee, and I've spoken with 4 or 5 bishops who serve in communities that have Indigenous population there. What Brad was talking about earlier, a good question, Brad and I talked about this, is like, okay, how many Indigenous clergy are there? And that is a question that we can't answer, but maybe some of what we talk about today will help with that. So the first reason I'm here today is to work on, have been working on the right relationship between Church Pension Group and the Indigenous community. The second is how Church Pension Group has modified their clergy pension plan. In 2018, the clergy pension plan revision, first time that we modified that in many years, in response to 3 or 4 years of listening events that we had across the church. More specifically, a lot of the changes that were made in January 2018 had to do with the changing church, those who are non-stipendiary or bivocational. And so I want to talk today. I hate PowerPoint slides, but we're going to have them. Sorry, folks. We're going to be going through some of those, because I want you to have an eye on, when I do that presentation, an eye on supporting those Indigenous clergy, or those clergy who support Indigenous communities who are either non-stipendiary or bivocational. The third reason I'm here today, more importantly, I think, is that just to have a face of Church Pension Group. Church Pension Group, and I'm going to go a little bit about who we are. There's a lot of you on this call who know exactly who we are. There's a lot of folks who have been engaged with Church Pension Group for a very long time, and then I believe there's some of you who aren't. So I want to do a little history of the Church Pension Group, but to know that there are people here at what can be seen as a sort of behemoth financial institution. That financial institution has 400 people in that, and are very intent on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And gratefully, I've been able to also sort of change the mindsets around the organization, not only in how to deal with the Indigenous community that we serve, but also to talk about who I am as an Indigenous person. So that's who I am, and that's why I'm here. And so I'm going to start this presentation we have. We're going to talk to you a little about who we are and what we do at Church Pension Group. We're going to, there are people here, I understand, that are not from the domestic church. There are people here from Province 9. There are also, well, we're going to be talking today strictly around the domestic clergy pension plan, but know that there is an international clergy pension plan that's available to some of the folks who are on this call. If you're part of the Episcopal Church, Province 9, that you have an international clergy pension plan that is available to you. We'll be discussing sorry, just got something in my screen here. We're discussing the domestic piece here. And then we're going to talk about
No, I think it was good at something.
I think I'm funny to somebody. All right. So who we are, what we do. So our purpose is to support the church's clergy and lay employees in their calling to spread the gospel. This is not just for clergy. The clergy pension group is not just for clergy. Started that way. We'll talk a little about our history in a moment. But make sure that you understand that we're also here for lay employees around the church. We want to take care of sort of the business needs, the benefit needs, the things that get in the way administratively to be able to have the church be the church and to fulfill their calling to spread the gospel. Our vision, it's interesting, there I am right in the middle of that picture there. Interesting that they chose that one. Not sure if that was on purpose or not. But our purpose is that our clients are those who participate in all of our programs, have the highest possible level of financial security in retirement that is consistent with exemplary financial stewardship and on our part and with the evolving needs of the church. I want to focus on the evolving needs of the church, that purple bullet there. And we're going to talk about today about the clergy pension plan revisions. As I said, we've been listening to the church for a very long time, more intently the last 4 or 5 years, to make sure that we understood the church and we could do what we could to change or to modify our policies to make sure that we were relevant to the changing church. So back in 1914, Bishop William Lawrence of Massachusetts and determined that he and J.P. Morgan and a bunch of his friends back in the 1910-ish, there were a lot of clergy who were retiring or weren't retiring actually, because they didn't have an income. Back there were some that came from financial background, but a lot of the clergy in the Episcopal Church were given homes to live in. They were sometimes given land to farm. They were invited to parishioners' homes for dinner. There wasn't a lot of income around being a priest in the early 1900s. And in result of wanting to make sure that the church has some longevity and be able to have some room for new clergy coming in, it was determined that there needed to be a clergy pension plan, something to give clergy financial stability over time. And so J.P. Morgan and Bishop Lawrence, their friends, pulled together a significant amount of money back then, brought it to General Convention, the Episcopal Church, and General Convention voted to establish the clergy pension plan in 1914, which is then when Church Pension Fund was incorporated. It's important to understand that although we support the church, we're an agency of the church, we are not the church. So church pension fund is a large pension fund, not-for-profit fund that needs to abide by state and federal regulations as a pension fund. And we're here solely to support the church. The board of trustees are elected by the general convention. Those of us go to general convention, you'll see that every time there is one, there's elections. So the church elects our board of trustees. The board of trustees then hire our chief officer, and then the employees are the ones that run it. We're also the recorder of ordinations. We were given the opportunity to be the recorder of ordinations for all clergy in the church. This is who we are more globally. We have pension and retirement programs for both clergy and lay. We have health benefits for both clergy and lay. We have life insurance, disability, and we have a significant portion of our support in education and wellness. Now, the next few slides, I would like to go back to the idea of thinking of this in context of non-stipendiary or bivocational clergy. This similar situation, we've been working with the diaconal community for a good amount of time, because the deacons are, in most cases, not by ordination vow, by practice, not non-stipendiary. And this was one of the subsets of the community that the church pension group serves, that we wanted to make sure that we had some sort of access and benefits to. So one of the major changes in 2018, and we're going to get that in a second, is to remove any kind of compensation floor from eligibility. Still need to go eligibility. I'll go quickly through those. I don't want to bore you too much in that. I'll go quickly to go through what those eligibility requirements are, but we reduced the remuneration floor for as far as pension. So can you participate in the clergy pension plan? Well, the question is, it depends. First and foremost, your ordination needs to be recorded. We find that we may not know at Church Pension Group, this was what Brad talking about before, right? We may not know if we have Indigenous clergy in who are serving, right? Especially if those Indigenous clergy are non-stipendiary or bivocational. Or, as I said before, it could be non-Indigenous clergy that are serving Indigenous populations or communities that are also non-stipendiary and or bivocational. We find, as with the deacon community, that not all ordinations are recorded. So we need to make sure, and I know that we have a variety of folks on the call here today. We have bishops, and we have clergy, and we have lay people, and lay leaders. If you log on to, if you go to my CPG, if you go to cpg.org and go to my accounts and log in there, if you don't have one, then it may be that your ordination has not been recorded. And that just means giving us a call, and we can work through that. One of the things that Brad talked about before, and which has been really focused for us, not only because of General Convention has asked us to do this, but really just start gathering demographic and geographic information about the clergy that exist in the church. So if you are a cleric and haven't been to your MyCPG account in a while, it'd be great to go there, because it does ask you now to identify, if you're willing to do so, your demographic information. And then that rolls up into the Episcopal Church Annual, which is on the screen here. There's a guide out there that's going to guide everything we talk about today. But what I really want to talk about here is the plan itself and how it can be more broadly opened to those who are non-stipendiary or bivocational. First of all, it's a defined benefit plan. What that means is that you have to have meet certain eligibility requirements. You have to have, your employer needs to make assessments, payments into the plan. You have to vest. You have to go through all these things, but a defined benefit plan. And on the back end of that is a guaranteed retirement income. All right. This is the crux of the changes that were made to the clergy pension plan in 2018. So the eligibility participation for the clergy pension plan is this: need to be ordained clergy, regularly employed for 5 or more consecutive months with the same employer and compensated by that. Now that first word, you see compensated. And I know as it being a deacon, I know that in the conversations we've had with Brad and others in the other bishops is that compensation is not always available for clergy. We're going to walk through an example here today. It's not the edict example, but it's an example of how a very small stipend paid to a cleric can give the cleric access to not much of a pension benefit. Just going to say that if you're a very small amount of compensation with a very small amount of assessment, but gives access to a lot of other of the benefits that are embedded in the clergy pension plan. So you need to be ordained, need to be regular employed and compensation paid by an employer. And then one of the following criteria down here have to be met: letter of agreement, duly called, formal title, you get a W-2, or you're scheduled to work 20 hours a week. So you're ordained, you're working regularly somewhere, you meet one of these criteria, and if it's shorter service than that, then we have an exception for that. Always make sure that when that CBG has the most up-to-date information for you. So anytime there's an employment change, this is just a reminder to send that form in. So there's compensation. Compensation, remember we took away the compensation limit. So it could be as little as $1. It could be anything more than that. 18% of that needs to be paid into the clergy pension plan on your behalf by your employer. That's how you get into the clergy pension plan. A lot of words on these slides. I'm not going to go through everything. I'm sure this deck will be available for you. But you have base salary. Housing is also a source of income. So let's say you don't get any cash stipend, but where you're serving gives you some place to live. That housing is also considered compensation. There's rules around that. I'm not going to get to that, but there's ways to calculate that. But it's not one or the other. Contributions are made to the plan, payments are made, and the housing is calculated there. What that just popped up on the screen is I want to give you a scenario. And we'll use a scenario of $25 a month that your employer would compensate a bivocational or a non-stipendiary currently cleric $25 a month for that 12 months. The employer then pays $4.50, the 18%, right, assessment on that, total of $54 a year of assessments. So it's $25 a month plus $54 a year. There's a very sophisticated calculation. It's not sophisticated, but I'm not going to go into all the details. We just I want to spend time on what the calculation is, but it's a combination of HAC, highest ever compensation. What we just talked about, we'll talk about more total accessible compensation and years of credited service. It's what determines your independent, your benefit and retirement, right? Need to be vested. Any defined benefit plan needs at least 5 years unless you are late ordinand and you're 67 or older. Reason it's 67 and not higher than that you're automatically vested is the church has a mandatory retirement age of 72. So all clerics need to retire at 72. Doesn't mean they can't keep working, but they have to start pulling their pension check at age 72. So need to be vested, need to have some sort of compensation, you need to have some sort of highest ever compensation, you need to be vested to be in the plan. This slide, a lot of words. Basically what it says is that we calculate vesting and your credit service on a monthly basis. Where we talked about that 7 years, 12 is the highest. These are calculated on monthly, which means you can have breaks and cures and still get years of credit service there. Too many words in this slide. Don't look at that. The only slide is you can look at it, but the only reason this slide is here is to understand that there are two calculations that happen around pension and possible medical benefits after retirement. Pension, there's no floor, there's no base amount that you have to compensation or assessments for a pension. For medical, there is. You have to at least have a $1,500 a month stipend in order to qualify for a subsidy to help you with the group Medicare Advantage we moved to in January of 2022. Doesn't mean you have access to the group Medicare Advantage in retirement, but you wouldn't have a subsidy. That's the reason this slide is here. This is that calculation to talk about what at the $25 a month, you could get an annual pension of $300 if you're at retirement. But what does that get you? So okay, with the other fine, we give $25 a month, and you have to pay assessments on that, or you make sure you're ordained, and make sure. Now what? If those things happen, all those things I talked about, vesting, compensation, assessments being paid, in retirement, shouldn't rely on a big pension benefit, but you do get a Christmas benefit. This is called the 13th check for those who know the clergy pension plan. The assumption in the original calculation was that this cleric, this scenario we're talking about, at $25 a month and had 10 years of credit service. They get a $250 Christmas benefit every year, Christmas check. On retirement, to meet those criteria, they get a resettlement benefit. This is a benefit in the plan that when a cleric retires, they are most likely need to either leave the home that they've been given or find somewhere else to live. This is a benefit that's paid out automatically at retirement, $2,000 minimum. So even if you didn't meet all those criteria before about how much on your pension is, you get $2,000 when you retire as a resettlement benefit. You get life insurance, 6 times your highest average compensation. Remember, we said the highest average compensation was $300 a month. In retirement, you have a life insurance benefit of $1,800. On that, if you have a small amount of pension that you get on a yearly basis, then there are cost of living adjustments that happen every year with the clergy pension plan. And once again, you have access to the group Medicare Advantage. You may probably, unless you make more than $1,500 a month, don't have a subsidy to help pay for it, but you have access to buy it. Whole other conversation. We moved to a group Medicare Advantage plan, January 1st of 2022. It is a highly affordable, highly successful group of Medicare Advantage plan. So that is affordable now, where it was not so much affordable without a subsidy in the past. While you're active, life insurance, pre-retirement survivor benefits, child benefits, short and long-term disability. So what I'm trying to get across is that you have a scenario where you're compensated, you're regular employed at a higher level, and those of you on the call know all about that. But if you're not, and you want an entry point into the clergy pension plan, there's a way to do that. That's at a small amount of compensation and assessments being paid on that. And you have access to benefits. One of those the benefits that we have access to is Credo. Credo is a conference that's specifically designed for clergy to talk about their spiritual, financial, and well-being, and those happen regularly. If you're not in the plan, you don't have access to Credo. So if you meet those minimum eligibility requirements, that small amount of money goes into the clergy pension plan, you have access to Credo. Credo is an amazing experience for those who have experienced it. There's lots of learning modules and learning opportunities on the Church Pension Group website. You just have to go to cpg.org, click on the learning. These are accessible to anybody. Anybody on this call can go there and have access to some of these things. talking about benefits, talking about nutrition, talking about wellness, financial fraud, Social Security, all sorts of things. So we're gonna make sure that everybody knows, everybody that's on this call today can go to cpj.org, should click on the learning icon and have access to these things. Any employee of the Episcopal Church, clergy or lay, has access to financial consultations. Free of charge. If you're thinking about retirement, if you're just 25 years old and think you want to think about what you can do better to make sure you're saving for your retirement, those are available. And this deck will be available to you on PDF. I'll send it to Jeremy. And there's also a tax line if you need that. But those complimentary discussions are really, really wonderful. Any employee of the Episcopal Church, clergy or lay, has access to those. And we're trying to be to be out there in all the social media. It was interesting to get out there, but if you want to follow us on any of those things, you can keep track of all this. So that is the end of my official presentation, all those PowerPoint slides. But what I want you to take away from this conversation, those of you who know who we are, know who Church Pension Group is, has been with us, maybe you're already getting retirement benefits from us. That's wonderful, and I know that I'm grateful to be part of the organization. But the gist of this conversation was to make sure that you all know that we can support a much broader group of individuals in the clergy who are either non-stipendiary or bivocational, both Indigenous and those who serve Indigenous communities. And there are benefits there, and we'd love to have you.
Thank you so much, Garth. Appreciate it. There is one question that came through on the Q&A having to do with, I think, what CPG invests in. And if CPG has divested from things like fossil fuels and nuclear arms and that sort of thing.
Very good question. And if I'm not going to get it totally right, but if you go to cpg.org, go to investing and go to our social responsibility investing section, we have a whole section on that. Take it very seriously. ESGs is called now, and is another word for that. So we have not divested from fossil fuel. We have reallocated a significant portion of the portfolio to these social responsible investing, or ESGs portfolios. So as a fiduciary of the fund, of the money you all have paid into this fund, we can't enter into a relationship with any organization, any business that is expected to lose money. We can't do that. We did a sample a few years ago when the first conversation came out around, wanting Church Pension Group to divest from fossil fuels. We could do that. It would mean that every person who's currently getting a pension check would have to have a reduction of that by about half. We didn't want to do that. So we have certainly changed our philosophy, invested a significant amount of money in not only divesting from fossil fuels, finding alternative energy sources, but doing that the responsible and socially responsible way. Great way to do that, interesting enough, there's an organization in Africa who have developed a piece of solar equipment that you put on top of a hut that gathers the sun and then provides electricity to that place, to that home, right? There are affordable housing complexes that are around. So instead of divesting, we're using board strength to influence those organizations. For instance, we have not fully divested from those who manufacture firearms, but we have a large enough investment that we can use our board strength to influence their decision making, not only in how they do that or what their distribution channels are, but also who's on the board. We have affected significant change in diversity on boards of those organizations that we invest in. So we're certainly, there's a significant amount of, I would lie if I think it's like $1 billion of the fund that has been allocated to social responsible investing. But I would really highly suggest going to cpj.org, right at the top, investing, dropping down to social responsible investing icon there, and take a look at what's in there.
Thank you. We have another question. What are the odds of removing or modifying the mandatory retirement age, given that people are living longer and working longer?
That would come from the church. You know, that's not Church Pension Group. That's the Episcopal Church that has determined that a mandatory retirement age is 72. So, you know, we have, like I said in the presentation, there are a variety of ways. So I just met with Bishop Chilton, is our assisting bishop now, and she said, if you're a deacon at 72, you know, you have to retire. But let's talk about that, because the person who answered the question is right. We're not stopping working at 72 anymore, right? Now, so the church has determined that. So you have to start pulling a pension at that. There's also federal regulations that, you know, that intersects with, you know, as you've seen with Social Security and with minimum required distributions from any kind of 401 or RAs that you have. So there's a lot to do with that, but that decision was not made by Church Pension Group. If that helps.
And I see that Jeremy posted the link to socially responsible investing, the CPG page on that. Thank you, Jeremy. I think that's it. I don't see anybody else who has a question. So thank you so much, Garth. Really appreciate it. I'm glad you're here.
It was a blessing to be with you today. It really was.
And we want to see more of you too. So
you will. Now that this is my only focus, hopefully you'll and see you all at General Convention too if you're there.
Excellent. Thank you. I've asked Buddy Van Dyke if he would be willing to do some music now as a way of transitioning us into our next presentation, which will be a native way of giving with Michael Carney and Forrest Cuch. But Buddy would like to share his gift of music with us first. Buddy is muted. Buddy needs to be unmuted. Is he? I'm not sure why Buddy is muted still. There we go.
Okay. Well, since Forrest and Michael are going to talk about a native way of giving, I thought I would do this song that's sort of church history and U.S. history and colonialist history oriented. It's the way of taking, I guess. My ancestors ran with the buffalo, they drank from forest streams. European lust for land and gold brought 500 years of misery. Pope Nick said, take the heathen land and do with them just what you please. I am the great I am. Jefferson wrote about liberty and happiness. while still in land at arm's length. Gold found in Georgia, Jackson's soulless plan. Trail of tears for the Cherokee. The Pope said, take it, take the heathen land, and do with them just what you please. I am the great I am. Sitting for Crazy Horse and Geronimo, all tried in vain to keep us free. 10,000 years of human beings on this land, all but forgotten in history. The Pope said, take it, take the heathen land, and do with them just what you please. I am the great I am.
Beautiful, buddy. Thank you so much for that. How did that song come to you?
Well, I was about the Doctrine of Discovery, and when I noticed it was Pope Nicholas that first did the papal bull, and especially when I found out that the John Madison Supreme Court cited the Doctrine of Discovery to give way for the removal of the tribes from the Southeast, it just really started working on me. And one morning I woke up, this song was playing in my head, and I just got my guitar out and sat down and played it and sang it. And there it is. And I don't know, some people hear it and think, well, gosh, you're just angry. But yeah.
Not just angry. Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to move to A Native Way of Giving, a presentation on Indigenous stewardship by Michael Carney and Forrest Cuch, our friends out in Utah. So we'll need to spotlight them. Hello, are you in Roosevelt or White Rocks?
We are in White Rocks.
Hey, wonderful. Good to see you.
Right at the foot of the Uinta Mountains, and so grateful to be here today.
Well, we're ready to hear whatever it is you would like to say and about your book and about stewardship from an Indigenous perspective.
Thank you. One of our elders just reminded us we should say St. Elizabeth's Episcopal Church. We're very, very proud of our congregation here. My wife and I arrived here to serve 5 years ago, and pretty early on, Forrest and I started sitting and talking, sitting at our kitchen tables and in our living rooms, and we discovered that was just endlessly interesting and entertaining. And that was really the seed of this book. I mean, could you describe that a little, Forrest?
Well, I just want to say we were in transition from Reverend Sue Duffield to Father Michael Carney, and so a lot of times I wanted to just familiarize him with our community, with our tribal people, and so I always wanted to assist him. And what happened is we spent more time together. started sharing more information, and so it just started exploding into different ways. Things that were happening in the news was also inviting further discussion on things, and so it just all started to come together naturally.
Talking, so we're looking at 2018, 2019, 2020, and people who are aware of what's happening in the outside world and really seriously talking about it. There's a lot of darkness, a lot of trouble, a lot of I don't know, I don't want to say fear, but just a lot that stirred us up about what was going on in the world. And Forrest, I was really struck by one of your comments in the video yesterday about how some of the traditional native values and practices, spiritual practices that were so systematically suppressed over the years are exactly what our world needs today.
Now, what was happening in the world caused me to think and wonder why we are lost as a nation. We kind of lost our way, and we no longer practice some of the principles that made this country strong. And so I went back and started thinking about what I'd been told by the elders, and it was starting to make sense to me that, first of all, our people have been dehumanized going back to the time of Columbus. And there was a big contrast between the European nations, the old world, and the new world, which our people represented. And so I went back to that and I started thinking about that. And what I came to find out is that our values are really what make the world strong. What I found out in thinking about what I learned from the elders is that we are truly earth people. We are truly connected. And I guess the best way to explain this is not only our tribe, but many tribes have this concept of inner relationship with God, with earth, with the universe. And it didn't take microscopes magnified 10,000 times for us to see the quantum relationship. That knowledge came to us from our elders watching nature and how it works. And so that knowledge about staying connected was always integral to our way of life. And so when the Europeans came to this continent, their orientation was more of separation, analyzing rather than seeing the whole. Their perception was more objectification rather than unification. And so that kind of spurred our thinking about what's going on here. Basically, what's happening in our country is there's a great disconnection taking place. It's a disconnection from the Lord, God our Father. And when we do that, we disconnect from ourselves. And when we disconnect from ourselves, we disconnect from nature. We not only harm ourselves, but we begin harming nature. We begin destroying our home. We begin polluting the air that we breathe, the water that we drink, and the land that we depend upon. And just a word about water. Water is so sacred. It occurs to me it's used in the baptismal ceremony because it is such a sacred, powerful thing. And so we are taking all of these things that have been granted to us. The air we breathe, the water, the land we live upon, and we have disconnected from it and show virtually no appreciation whatsoever. And we wonder why we're getting sick and why the earth is now rebelling.
So the point we came to, the grounding point, is gratitude
and appreciation.
If every day is a gift from the Creator, it totally changes how we connect, how we relate to our communities, to all of creation, and to creators as well. And of course, you have wonderful stories about the Sundance Chief, who was such a formative person in your life growing up, and what you learned from him about gratitude.
Well, I've been blessed with many wonderful mentors in my life, and Jensen Jack was one of the most powerful ones. He really stopped me in my tracks the day he said, you know, you go to church, you worship, you thank God once in a while. Me, I thank him all the time. From the day I wake up until the time I go to sleep, I'm giving thanks. In our language, tequea, thank you, good. It's good. And so I got to thinking about that, and I said, gosh, he's right about that. And if we really, truly believe in God the Father as a creator, as a giver of life, and all the things that we benefit from in this life, well, we ought to appreciate him. We ought to give him thanks a little bit more often than once a week, or even once a day. And we need to do what Jensen suggested, which is to thank the Lord throughout the day, the entire day.
And you spoke about water before. I mean, we had some wonderful baptisms recently. Water from our sacred springs here on the reservation, water that Renelda James smuggled through TSA to bring to Winter Talk to give us Pyramid Lake water. The Sundance taught you a lot about water, didn't it?
Water represents purification, okay, among so many other things. It empowers us, it brings in the life of God. And I guess the best way to explain this too is that another story. When I was a sun dancer as a younger man, I remember being so dry. I was just suffering so much. And it had rained the night before. And when it rains, the moisture really doesn't help you. You have to be careful, because if you take any moisture in, it'll absorb what little moisture you have and take it away. So you have to be careful not to take any water in. And that morning, I was suffering so much. So I said a prayer. I said, Lord, please help me out. I'm suffering. I'm so dry. And all of a sudden, I must have kind of dozed off a little bit, because all of a sudden, a drop of water came down and landed right in my mouth. And it exploded throughout my body. It refreshed my entire body, that little drop of water. And so I think from that time on, throughout my life, I've really come to appreciate the importance of water, the sacredness of water, because if you go a couple of days without water, you'll know it. You can go a week without food, no problem. But you go a couple of days without water, especially in a hot outside in the desert, you're going to suffer. And so water is so important.
So the starting point for our life-giving cycle in a native way of giving is gratitude. And I thought it might be good just to take a minute to look at the cycle we observe in the dominant culture, the culture where I was raised, that I come from, a culture that's very much committed to being in control of nature, of our own health, of other people, of money. You know all that stuff. It's easy enough to see. And so we would say that there is a deadly cycle in the dominant culture that begins with arrogance. The idea that we are at the center of the universe, not God, and that we can be in control. And when arrogance is the place we begin, or the culture begins, it leads almost inevitably to greed, because people think they can just take whatever they want from wherever they find it and use it to meet what they want, not necessarily at all what they need, but to try to fill that bottomless pit of their wants. And one of the illustrations we used in the book was during the first 10 months of the pandemic, the later months of 2020, America gained 54 new billionaires. Isn't that exciting? I mean, at a time when so many people were suffering financially, when so many families and communities were turned upside down, a small number of people were enriching themselves and becoming billionaires at the expense of everyone else. That kind of arrogance leading to greed inevitably causes destruction, because there's no incentive in that cycle to count the human costs, the environmental costs, the spiritual costs of what they do. It's all self-serving. Arrogance leading to greed, causing destruction, and the people who are involved in that are enriched by that cycle, and that just builds up their arrogance and starts the cycle again. We spend most of the book looking in detail at what we call a life-giving cycle. That begins with gratitude. And when people are genuinely grateful, when that's in our hearts, as the Sundance leader Jensen Jack was teaching you, Forrest, it leads to generosity. And I know you've seen that a lot in your community.
Well, I'd like to respond to what you brought up in terms of greed. I think some of the most greedy folks have been those that are harming the earth, primarily the extraction industry. These are probably the folks that are disconnected the most from the sacredness of the land, water, and even air, because some of what they do pollutes the air as well as the water and the soil. And I think about our people, and the legacy has been, let me ask you this. Have some of you ever heard people refer to Indian people as getting in the way of progress? You ever heard that expression? Oh, you Indians, you guys are you're always getting in the way and obstructing progress. Well, I thought about that. On Facebook, you might have seen this orangutan trying to stop this bulldozer from pulling down trees in the jungle. And I identified with that orangutan. I said, that's nature trying to stop the destruction of the earth. But this powerful machine is going to overpower him. So then I thought about this, our people are part of the orangutan. I mean, in some ways, maybe we are getting in the way of progress, and maybe that's our purpose. Somebody needs to get in the way. Someone needs to obstruct the destruction. Someone needs to stop this destruction. And I see my brothers and sisters dying in South America and trying to preserve the rainforest. I see my brothers and sisters in North Dakota, LaDonna Brave Bull, all of her people, trying to stop the destruction to the land and the water from the pipelines, and also up north in Michigan, other parts of the country. It's our people that are standing in the way and getting in the way, and maybe it's our purpose after all.
we went back a little bit in the history of the Uinta Nora Ute Reservation. 3 bands of Utes who were forcibly removed from their homes and brought here in the late 1800s from central Utah, south of Salt Lake City, and 2 areas in western Colorado. And Forrest, you commented, their original homes were kind of like the promised land. I mean, they were rich and fertile, wonderful places to live, and they were forced to come here to a high desert area that's pretty arid and not so hospitable to habitation as the places they had known for thousands of years. And here's how we wrote about their adaptation. Being banished from the only place they had ever known must have been traumatic for the Utes, but they stayed deeply connected with the Creator and always took care of one another. They shared everything from food to caring for the young and old to providing lodging and other needs. Possessions were held in common, and if anyone had food, then everyone ate. Sharing was not just something they did, it was who they were, their way of life. Faithfulness and generosity were among their most important survival skills. Wow. Generosity as a survival skill.
Again, that goes all the way back to the time of Columbus, leading the Tanos Indian, sometimes referred to as Arawak. Said my audio was slow. Anyway, we were a giving people. I think Buddy, someone referred to that earlier. We've always been a giving people. And the Eurocentric folks have always been takers in many ways, and are still taking to this day. My people always appreciated what they received. They always identified with God the Father as the creator of all things. And that connection is what saved them. And, you know, there are lots of contradictions in the world today. In fact, one of the biggest ironies is when they pushed us out of Utah Valley and out of beautiful western Colorado and placed us in the Uinta Basin here. They didn't know that underneath the surface there was millions and millions of tons of oil and gas. And so the contradiction is there's been wealth here. We've benefited from it, but it's also polluted the land and the water. And so I have very mixed feelings when it comes to that. That resource has made it possible for our tribe to thrive as a government, but it's also made life difficult. And when it comes to understanding what's going on, because we're right in the middle of all of this, and it's troubling. It's troubling because some of our people are losing connection with our traditional ideology, and they are starting to become greedy and selfish, and they're starting to suffer the consequences. Whereas if we stay with our traditional beliefs, we're going to stay strong and healthy, and we're going to appreciate and practice gratitude and appreciation on a daily basis and keep that connection with the Lord. So I don't know what's going to happen. It's a difficult time right now in our world, but I think we simply have to stay connected, and we need to continue to share with one another, which Winter Talk's all about. So I commend you, my brother Brad, and your team, and all of the Indigenous ministries folks for what you're doing. I support you all the way. And I think we just need to continue to do what we're doing, to share and educate as much as possible and start the dialogue with other folks, with other Indigenous folks as well. But also, we need to sit down with non-Indian people, and we need to deal with them in a charrette fashion. We need to bring out all the ugliness and stay at the table. Start a dialogue and stay with them. and overcome the dehumanization that has occurred since the day of Columbus. And that applies to the dehumanization of all people of color, all religions that are different from ours, all creeds, all belief systems, all the above.
We see the starting point in this life-giving cycle as being grateful all day, every day for all our gifts, being aware of them, not taking them for granted. And that we see that leading to the kind of generosity that Forrest has described, and people really caring for each other, really sharing what they have. And when you're in a family, a community, a tribe of people who are generous in that way, it leads to a sense of abundance. It leads to real needs being met, not necessarily getting everything we want, but it leads to needs being met in ways that lift up everyone in the community. And Forrest, you were blessed by people like your mother and Dr. Mack, and I mean, tell them about some of the teachings you've had about abundance.
Yeah. Well, again, contradictions are amazing in my lifetime. Matt Gift was my college professor, and he was an atheist, in fact. But he taught me the most about helping myself, heal myself. And if I heal myself, I can heal others. And he used to teach me, when I give, I get. When I give of myself, I get. But make sure that before you give, that you are strong and healthy enough to give, because you don't want to give and not have enough to keep yourself strong and healthy. And so I have practiced some of those concepts. And again, he was one of my key mentors. By the way, I want to say, Dr. Gift, he was raised in Ogden, Utah, and his father used to reward him with money to beat up kids of color, mostly Black kids and Mexican-American kids. He used to actually, his father would pay him to beat them up. He told me one day he got so, he came home so bloody and beaten up, he started to say, there has to be another way to survive in this world. And so he decided to stop doing it. In fact, he decided to leave his father's church and all their belief systems and to go do the opposite. He became someone who loved and admired people of color. He was the only white person playing in an all-Black band in Ogden, Utah at one time. He used to even fix his hair up in an afro. Anyway, he was very much a strong influence for equality. And during the AIM movement, he helped me to understand some things to keep myself strong and healthy. The Martin Luther King and his Freedom March and this whole movement for equality, he was one of the strong people influencing me to get involved and to do what I needed to do, not only for myself, but for my people. And so I've always become an advocate as a result. But here again, the contradiction, I'm learning all this wonderful wisdom from an atheist. He used to say, well, I'm atheist most of the time until I'm around you. And then I border on as a, what is it, a person who's not sure? I forget the word for that.
Agnostic.
Agnostic, yeah. So anyway, I've had these wonderful mentors and I'm just passing on their wisdom to you folks. And I hope you benefit from it and can take it from there.
So gratitude leading to generosity, creating a sense of abundance, generating more gratitude. And that's what we see as a life-giving cycle. And lifting up these native values, we find them very consistent with basic Christian values. Forrest, you've commented that the Great Commandment seems very much parallel to what we've talked about of relationships with Creator, with creation, and with our communities. What Jensen Jack said about gratitude and giving thanks all through the day reminds me of Paul in 1 Thessalonians saying, pray without ceasing, give thanks under all circumstances, which is a very challenging command. And then Jesus, in his generosity of offering his life, of his sacrifice in that classic sense, and in his command that we care for the least of all his people. And one of the ways I see this life-giving cycle in action in our community, we have a very active arts program for children and teenagers. And I see grandmothers and great-grandmothers who will always take in children in their extended families who need a place to be, who need food and support and direction and encouragement to stay in school. They don't have much in material terms, but they are always there for the young people in the community. And we are honored to join with them. And I've been very moved by these teachings. It challenges me in my daily spiritual practices. And it's had a big influence on our congregation in terms of reaching out into the community and really witnessing to the love and the grace of our Savior Jesus Christ. I wonder if there might be some questions.
We have at least two.
I think so, yes. And what I'd also like to do while we hear the questions and you can respond to them, I want to, Michael, you had requested that I screen share the Amazon page for the book. So
thank you.
And so I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay. And Jeremy, you could put up the church publishing link again if you'd like.
The first question is from Robin Bowen. And she says, yes, a lot of what you're saying is true among our traditional people everywhere. We are taught to give thanks always first. Every time we take a drink of water, we say thank you, but not make a big show of it. Humbleness is always so important. And if you can look in the mirror and say to yourself, I am a humble person, chances are you aren't. Even in your mind, you say, thank you for this water, for your food, for everything. So our people have suffered, and we have been told that this is prophecy. We have suffered, but now we are coming to the end of our suffering, and a great giant has been awakened. Our old ways will be the new ways. Structured religion will have to go back to being about God and not about power and money. And the question is, do you believe this is true?
That all sounds really good to me. You too, Forrest?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But I think the key is to get their attention, to get our brothers and sisters who are in power, get their attention, and we've got to find new ways to do it. We've got to find out how to do it with love, because the way we approach them will affect how they react. We don't want to push them away or frighten them away. We want to get their attention, and we want to keep it, because this is sacred knowledge that's been passed down to us. And I think the European people once had this connection also, but they lost it. And as a result, they became very violent, and they brought that violence over to this hemisphere. And because their trauma was passed on to us, and we're dealing with our own trauma. If we can heal from our trauma and become strong and healthy, then we can pass on what we have, our knowledge and our wisdom, to our brothers and sisters in a way that will benefit them. And it will help overcome a lot of these problems we're encountering.
And I want to add that we're small in numbers compared to the dominant culture. So we need a depth of spirit connection and a strength of community relationships to really make it here.
Our next question is from Eileen Hawker. She said, do the Europeans have any connections to their own indigenous communities from Europe that might have retained interrelationships with God, the earth, and the universe? Perhaps if we can get Europeans to connect with their roots.
I hear some conversation among people referring back to Celtic traditions. John Philip Newell is a really interesting teacher in that regard. So I think that's definitely worth looking into.
And
I saw another question in the chat that I wanted to respond to. Forrest and I would be delighted if anyone is interested in using our book in a book study group, in a Lenten series, anything like that. We'd love to join you for a session on Zoom and just engage with your people. We'd be endlessly curious to find out how the book is striking them and what insights they can offer. And we are working on some discussion questions for the book that we'd love to be able to provide.
I'm guessing that was in response to Rachel's question about, yes. Okay, perfect. Reverend David says, the sacred, Pachamama, the sacred land where we are born and live is sacred insofar as we thank what it gives us: food, a place to live together and find ourselves in such gratitude that all are welcome.
Beautiful.
And go ahead, sorry.
No, please.
Okay, Kathleen has her hand raised, and Kathleen, we're gonna allow you to talk, or unmuted you. So I think you have to unmute yourself, but you can talk.
Thank you for those beautiful words about the sacredness of land. When we're really grateful for the meeting of our most basic needs and really generous in sharing the resources, that's very sacred.
I want to say something about Buddy. Buddy Van Dyke sang a song yesterday, and the song was about Mother Mary. And I so very much appreciated that, because I don't think we appreciate Mother Mary. And let's take that a little further. We don't appreciate women enough in our lives. The young lady that spoke earlier about the sacredness of our ways, a lot of that comes from our old grandmothers. And a lot of indigenous people are matriarchal societies. That knowledge and wisdom is passed down. And whereas a lot of European communities are more patriarchal. In fact, most of the churches, the Roman Catholic Church, which I was raised in, is more of a patriarchal church. It does recognize Mother Mary, but it still denies the ministry to women. And so I think we need to learn more from the indigenous people, our people of the Western Hemisphere, who appreciated women and made them a central part of our community. Matriarchal societies, we used to give property rights to the women rather than the men. So if you wanted to fool around, have at it, but you're going to have to lose everything in the process. So that it was a choice. But again, I think about the mentors in my life. Some of the most powerful ones have been women, from my mother to my grandmothers to so many others. And I think that's why we're having problems too, is there's an imbalance in that world. I think Shaniqua, I think you could identify with that and helping us to, because you probably see that. You probably see that more clearly than most. But I really feel that that's one of the problems we have to fix in our society.
I want to take a moment to thank you, Kathleen, for your words and to appreciate what I've been seeing in the chat translated from our Spanish-speaking brothers and sisters. Just some powerful, beautiful statements about land and gratitude. And boy, we're just, I feel like in this country, we're just taking baby steps in that direction. And we really need to get started. We really need to find a better foundation, a truer foundation, to really have Creator in the center and to walk faithfully with Jesus in gratitude and generosity, so that the abundance of God's kingdom can become a daily reality for all of us.
Next up, Leon has a question. Go ahead, Leon.
Thank you for this book. I just purchased it, and I think it's going to be a great book study. I'm going to offer it for our next continuing education for our clergy. I think there's a lot of validity in humility. You know, even when we talked about genocide practices, assimilation into a society, we talk about decolonizing church, decolonizing our community. The effects that we see now here today in our community are all results from assimilation, results of shame, result of psychological damage from misuse of scripture, misuse of church. And so even our own stories of spider women, the Sanatle, and the men and women, you know, they thought they were right in what they were doing when they were coming up and separate themselves, the men on one side of the river, the women on the other side, and they kind of find out that they couldn't live with without each other. You know, the men were dying off and they were reproducing. The women couldn't fend for themselves. They needed each other to do the work. And I think that's what we talk about when we talk about compassion in our church. We need to have partnership and recognizing these ways of ethical stewardship with earth and with each other. I mean, I remember stories of people coming over and having a cup of coffee and just talking. There was no agenda. There was no, let me put my political view in your head. And I can see shifts of those same people are now campaigning for an agenda in our community. And it's that assimilation that they're practicing. A balance of humility and growth is a hard thing to do. And I think we do it best. And I think that yin and yang or hujon, whatever you want to call it, it's a part of life that's not identified. It's not pinpointed and recognized. And I think this book, I'm hoping it's going to allow those little things to be pointed out so that we can start to move back into humility so that passion can take over back in our lives. And I'm really excited about it. So,
man. Thank you so much. We have the greatest appreciation and respect for all of you folks and would love to join in. You know, as a newcomer to the reservation, it took me a few years to begin to recognize the local spiritual leaders. But when I heard them speak at funerals, when I saw them at community gatherings, they were not demanding attention. They were gaining respect by the content and the quality of what they were saying and how they were leading people. And Forrest, many of your stories have about Jensen and others have brought that out too. I have a lot of respect for that.
I'll tell a quick one if we have time.
Yeah, we have a couple more minutes, so yes.
I remember one time
I'm not going to cut you off.
You know, when you're a teenager, you kind of want to annoy adults. I remember making this mistake. I said to my Aunt Margie, I said, no, I don't believe in God. And she didn't pay attention at first. I said, Aunt Margie, I don't believe in God. She said, what do you mean? He said, I don't believe in God. She said, look around you. What do you see? You didn't create that. Someone created all of this for you. And here you sit, have so much to say. Shame on you. She said, our Creator made all of this and made you in the process. And I sat and for the first time, I came to realize that, you know, we live in a world of magic. And we live in a very powerful, mysterious world. We're only beginning to understand so very little. And so she too stopped me in my tracks. And she was an elder, beloved aunt of mine, very traditional woman. And so these are the people who affected my life. These are the people who have inspired me to share with you all. And like Jensen used to say when he would heal people with his eagle fan, he would say, it's not me. It's not me doing the healing. Remember that. And so I'll pass that on to you. It's not me sharing this wisdom. It's just coming through me. Thank you.
The teachers are all around us if we're paying attention, if we're listening, if we're honoring the story.
True.
Amen. Thank you so much, both of you. I hope that we can all read the book at some point. I have it. It's an easy read, but it's profound. And those are the best books, the ones that are easy to read and are profound at the same time. Thank you both.
Thank you for this opportunity. We're so grateful.
Thank you all.
We're going to go for a 10-minute break now. And then when we come back, we'll have a presentation on General Convention with a couple of our Indigenous deputies. So we'll see you in about 10 minutes.
my soul has seen, laden with fruit and always green. The tree of nature fruitless be compared to Christ, the apple tree. His beauty doth all things excel. By faith I know, but ne'er can tell the glory which I now can see in Jesus Christ, the apple tree. For happiness I long have sought, and pleasure dearly I have bought. I missed of all, but now I see 'tis found in Christ, the apple tree. I'm weary with my former toil. Here I will sit and rest a while. Under the shadow I will be of Jesus Christ, the apple tree. This fruit doth make my soul to thrive. It keeps my dying faith alive, which makes my soul in haste to be with Jesus Christ, the apple tree. The tree of life my soul has seen, laden with fruit and always green. The tree of nature fruitless be compared to Christ, the apple tree.
Eia no kahakue, hana home kalani e, o nani a e no kako. O nei o Cristo ko kako ho'ola e, amakua lani ko ke ao. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. E hele mai ka koea, ike I ka mo I kane, hana hoa o Bethlehem. Nani ka huaka, Virgin Mary nani no, kamakua mauli ko ke ao. Hallelujah, 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 Hosanna, Hosanna, maua, aloha e koluna aui, e ali inani o Jehovah. E mililani haku wika, haku ona haku ea, hallelujah, anela no. Mesia e hilani ukuyaya makala sabati hallelujah Ho'onani kamakua nani ona nani luna kaho'ola koke ao hallelujah hallelujah hallelujah
And we are back. Thank you so much, GJ, for that selection of music. It was beautiful. I really, really appreciate it. We'd like to move forward now with the agenda. We have the Reverend Rachel Tabor Hamilton from the Diocese of Olympia and the Reverend Lewis Powell from the Diocese of Northern California, who are with us, who would like to give a talk on General Convention, which is happening this summer, and our Indigenous deputation and some Indigenous issues or resolutions that may come forth at convention. Are you with us, Rachel and Lewis?
Yes, Brad, thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. And Lou, say hello, Lou.
Hello, I'm here.
Great, thank you. So I've just put into the chat, you're going to see a few links kind of pop up into the chat as I'm kind of going along. And this is one of them. This is the main website of General Convention. And just the quickest couple of sentences about what this is every 3 years we meet as a deputation of people. Usually there's a bicameral House of Bishops, and then the House of people who've been elected among clergy and laity to represent the Diocese of the International Episcopal Church. And every 3 years we come together to talk about policy development. We hear reports from the different branches and committees and standing commissions of the church. And then we also have legislation that comes up in front of us in the form of resolution. And the resolutions sometimes are more feel-good resolutions, and sometimes they're resolutions that actually asks us to do something. There is a resource I'm going to share with you also here that is in Spanish. Let me just make sure my computer's cooperating with me for just a moment, because the same information is available in this particular website in Spanish, which I've just entered into the chat. One of the things that can help get an understanding of the work of convention, there's a couple of places I would direct people to. And the first that I'm going to put into the chat is actually the archives of the Church, the General Convention. And these archives contain all the resolutions of the most recent conventions. It's really a helpful resource that I've just put in the chat for doing any kind of research on the history of topics that may be interesting to you. The reason that this resource on resolutions can be so important is as we develop resolutions for the upcoming General Convention, it can help to be able to, in the explanation of a resolution, about why it's so important and what the history is leading up to where we're headed with a particular resolution. It gives some body and some push to any new legislation that we might want to put forward. For example, there have been several times when Indigenous deputations and others have come together to create resolutions that have made really important changes. The last General Convention, we were able to pass legislation through resolutions, for example, that provided monies and support. Well, first it was the creation of the position that Mary Crist now holds, and basically having important conversations related to that, and really asking for our budget and finance people to help locate appropriate funding for that support. So many times when there is a resolution that goes forward that knows it's going to use money, we need to, as much as possible, say how much that's going to be, how much we're asking for that's attached to the resolution, because then through the governing process of convention, not only is it going to both houses for discussion, the House of Bishops and the House of Deputies for discussion, it also has to go to what's called the PBNF, but the Program Budget and Finance Committee that meets as part of convention. So it has to also be looked at and approved by them about where we would say this money might need to come from. So there's a whole nother discussion that happens along the lines with the budget once it's once it's on the floor of convention to talk about. And for the most part, General Convention is a little bit of a crazy madhouse in terms of running around and trying to be in place to place so that you can be in the right place in the right room to speak to a given resolution. And I know that there's several people on this webinar right now and on the screen right now who've been a part of speaking to resolutions at General Convention. One of the big challenges is how very, very dominant culture the whole experience of General Convention is. And so what we have done, all the different communities of color over the past several years under the coordinating leadership of Warren Wong have come together to do sort of pre-convention gatherings as people of color to orient us toward convention and help orient new people into what to expect there and how to be most effective. So Lou Powell and I, for example, this year and others have been meeting within our cognate communities online as part of that preparation. And also this year, for the first time, there's been two really important events for our deputations of color that, again, are really intentionally help orienting toward the work of convention. But out of that has come a video that I think is very powerful. And it's, I don't think it's not as specific as the one that Brad just showed to us and shared with us that was so amazing yesterday. It is something that touches on sort of a collective experience of people of color in the history of the church. And so that, I believe, is going to be shown as part of convention at some point. And then once it's shown, it'll be available for public so that any of us could be able to share it later. So what I wanted to do now is sort of go to Lou to just kind of go over what the folks advisory board who works with Brad has sort of come up with in terms of themes, potentials for our resolutions. And then I'm going to follow up with a little bit more of a specific report on resolutions where they stand right now. So Lou, what was the thinking so far and suggestions and recommendations from the advisory board?
Yes, I'm Lou Powell. I'm a deacon in the Diocese of Northern California, and I'm sitting in the land right now, the Nissan people. The last August, I contacted Brad to elicit from him what his advisory board had suggested as possible resolutions for this coming General Convention. He got back to me and sent me a list. And remember, these come from diverse communities within Indigenous communities. One of the first was the boarding school issues. And the comment was that Presiding Bishop Curry and the President of the House of Deputies, Jennings, have issued a statement, and they had issued a statement saying that this was to be a focal issue at General Convention 2022. The next item was a potential resolution could grow out of missing and murdered Indigenous women and a call to strengthen the Violence Against Women Act to protect Indigenous women and ways to more thoroughly investigate disappearances of women. The third item was the Indian Child Welfare Act and how it needs to be enforced more readily, much more so than it is presently. The fourth item was support for restricting and discontinuing the extraction of resources from land that would result in adverse effects on Indigenous people. The next one was the support for climate change awareness regarding its effect on Indigenous communities and support for discontinuing the processes that result in climate change. The other one was a discontinuation of oil pipelines that threaten Indigenous communities. Some of those have already been mentioned today. Support for the next was the support for translation of the Book of Common Prayer and other worship materials into Indigenous languages. The one that's dear to my heart was encouragement of land acknowledgements by the DFMS and all dioceses and congregations within the Episcopal Church. Another was replacement of Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day by the DFMS and all dioceses and congregations. And the last one that grew out of that list was encourage reparation for Indigenous tribes for land theft and the effects of genocide and enforce assimilation. At this point, some of these are under construction, some resolutions around these issues. But I'm just putting out a call for deputies and bishops who are on this particular conference. If any of these strike you, where you can develop a resolution, and there's a way to do that, just go to generalconvention.org and it will direct you to how to structure a resolution. Or you can call my dear friend Rachel, and she will instruct us all on how to do it. But the idea is, this year's things are sort of unique because much of the hearings will be conducted online. And the hope is that deputies and bishops will submit their resolutions, hopefully before we get to Baltimore on the 5th of July. And the idea is that those resolutions should be in hand if they want to conduct hearings online by February 28th. Rachel and I both sit on the same legislative committee, and that is the Stewardship, Environmental Stewardship Committee. And it's hopefully that we had all our work done by the time we got to General Convention. What a pleasant General Convention that would be. But it's not going to happen. But yes, but that is the hope, the expectation that we can do much of this work before we get to Baltimore. And because General Convention, from my experience, is a time-consuming and energy-sapping event. This year it'll be a little less time, about 10 days, but it still is an energy-consuming event. So I'm just asking that if any of these strike your fancy, please talk with a deputy, if you're not a deputy or a bishop, and start writing resolutions around these issues, because these are issues that are coming and bubbling up from our Indigenous communities.
And one of the most important things is sometimes it's very challenging to capture local concerns. And you who are representing your communities, even if you're not a deputy, you can, we'd be glad to work with you. I'd be glad to work with you on creating a resolution that you could then ask your deputation to support. And one thing about resolutions from deputies is that they need 2 supporters in addition to the author of a given resolution that are actually deputies of convention. So that's where it becomes important at some point as we are developing resolutions. I or Lou might come to you and say, we need a couple more deputies to support and help sponsor these resolutions or a given resolution. And it may be, for example, that you have an issue around protecting environmental resources on tribal lands, for example. You may have a particular interest in continuing the development of a resolution we're working on around creating tracking electronic trackers for missing and murdered Indigenous women in specific areas and tribal areas. If you have any interest in that at all, it's very helpful to know what your tribal resources are and what your local concerns are, so that we can craft resolutions so that the church formally supports your local efforts around environmental concerns or murdered and missing women concerns, etc. Now, there's 2 big ones to just be aware of that are in formation right now as resolutions, and one of those is the boarding school. Concerning boarding school resolution, we are using the example of the statements that have been written by Gay Jennings and Michael Curry that should ask the church in their statements to do the research that's being asked for from Deb Hablin's office of the Secretary of the Interior. And there are dioceses that have passed diocesan versions of that same idea just this past convention year, including my diocese. So we are developing a resolution that will essentially not only ask that work continue to be supported, because right around the time that we're having convention is when Deb Hablin's office is due to release a report. So what our resolution would be doing would be to say, based on that work, based on the statement, based on the current work happening, that we would be asking the dioceses of the Episcopal Church to provide that information links, on their diocesan website, create a page that features it, and begin to proactively educate their diocese not only about Episcopal boarding school phenomenon and history, but about boarding schools overall within their geographic diocese, so that education is proactive and we're asking dioceses to participate. And as I said, one example is the Diocese of Olympia is doing exactly that. We're doing our own education, having passed a diocesan resolution for a report to our convention later this year. So that's a big one on the way. And then also related to, in a similar fashion, murdered and missing Indigenous women. For example, the FBI has begun to create a data tracker, but it is deeply incomplete. And so we are working on a resolution to proactively try to gather into one resource place, whether it's a web page and other platforms, but gather into one place under the umbrella of the Episcopal Church's commitment to Indigenous people, to create a resource where, insofar as we're able to put those tracking elements from each of the dioceses into one place. And it doesn't mean the dioceses are doing that data tracking, but for example, again, in my area, Western Washington, the Tulalip have a data tracker for murdered and missing Indigenous women and children. The Swinomish have a data tracker, et cetera, and so forth. And it's kind of putting all those together and putting them in one place. So that, again, the diocese and the Episcopal Church begins to become aware that these issues are in every diocese, even the ones that think they're fully urban, it's in their areas. And a lot of our Native folks live in urban areas. So just education, and really saying to the church, to the predominant culture church, that they need to do their homework and they need to step in to the relationality with Indigenous people in a much more intentional way than they have been. Recently, last year, for example, the report that was written to the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. The report from the deputation from the Episcopal Church to that basically said, we need the church to care more and not just ask us to kind of take care of our own needs. You have to actually, please, church, engage with us and know these things. So we're going to be citing some of that work in response and reporting as well. There's some really exciting things percolating up, and we're definitely going to take advantage as much as possible of the momentum of all of our communities of color coming together to help support one another. So if you're a deputy at the convention this year, you'll, and even if you're just kind of watching from afar, you might see some really profound levels of coordination between our communities of color in these efforts that maybe we haven't had the opportunity to do before. So I'm really looking forward to it. And Lou is right. We are currently getting ready to have online hearings for some of the committee work. We'll see what we can slog through with all of that. But for many of our folks, it means learning a new web platform. It means that's been provided by the General Convention Office. It means getting on another kind of app so that we can communicate with one another. And it means coordinating schedules on an international basis. So it has had lots of challenges doing that preliminary work. But it's exciting times. And I hope that you'll be able to pay attention and feel proud about the work that's happening. And I sure do. I'm one of those people that really hope that that wonderful film that was shared with us yesterday, speaking specifically to the Indigenous story, is something that we'll be able to share broadly at convention. I think that's very important. Thanks so much. And is there anyone else who would like to speak to convention who perhaps is here with us now?
Leon has his hand raised.
Thank you, Leon.
Thank you, Lou and Rachel. I think this is a great introduction to where we want to be with General Convention for those that are starting to hear the call for General Convention as new deputies, but also for those of us that are semi-seasoned. This would be my, I think, fourth General Convention, but there's still a lot of learning curve that happens with it, and there's a lot of empowerment that needs to be brought forward when you're in General Convention. And yes, it is a dominant cultural meeting where you have to insert yourself, otherwise, your voice isn't heard. But the one thing that I know is that voice makes a difference. And I think that is the profound thing that I've learned being a deputy, that it does matter. Navajo Land Area Mission, we've been debriefing a little bit about our own deputies and where we could be more effective in General Convention, how the empowerment piece could possibly bring them into advocating, either speaking at a standing committee meeting or even at the floor. The floor, yeah, it's a little scary, but it can be done, and I think if you have the passion behind it and the support, it's easier to do. We've been trying to campaign with our own deputies to look at resolution. And one thing we found out of resolution is it's got to have some meat behind it. It's got to have some movement. Yeah. Otherwise, it's a resolution and it gets tucked away, and you have to bring it out every 10 years, before, to keep it alive. And I think what we're trying to do is look at a three convention campaign. What do we want to have and the overall results? What do we want to accomplish, where we want to be, especially when Navajo Land's looking at its own empowerment piece, self-determination piece. How can an area mission move forward and be more present within the life of the church as we move forward? So the three convention campaign is a reality for us. And so one of our campaigns this year is a truth-telling campaign, and part of that is going to be a T-shirt that we're going to give out and print some either quick links or they call them hyperlinks with themes on them. And some of the themes, we're still having a conversation about that. It could be the history of Indigenous people, and they could go and click on a link and it'll take them to a website, a video that would show them different history video of different indigenous people from Hawaii, from Navajo land, from the Latino community, and all these different areas where the history of indigenous people is starting to get shown. And really, it is a practice that we got to teach them how to research. So maybe this is a way for them to go, okay, I want to see what it says, click, and it takes them to a site. If I research this, maybe that's what I can do within my own diocese and my own church community, to research what is out there. And the disconnect that I see is that diocesan support within indigenous mission communities is not there, because they believe, well, it's not my problem if they don't show up at a church. Yes, because there's some history there. And if you don't acknowledge and if we don't support that nurturing of, you have to go out and find them and invite them and offer a solution and conversation about what that healing place could be, then it's not going to happen. It's just it's the separation of community in that sense. And that's where I think our campaign to try to tell these stories, to get people to research a little bit more about where or who is in their community, how can they reach out to them. And so I've invited several people on this panel in these meetings to tell the story, to offer a video, and even maybe looking at the video that we've shown here on the Doctrine of Discovery as one of the quick links. And so that's kind of what we're trying to put together here, is with other resolutions talking about missing and murdered Indigenous women and children, because Navajo Nation has a committee that's set up that's trying to work on developing a lot of that too here. But it doesn't have the media, it doesn't have the hype around it to give it that push to get noticed. Other resolutions would be the land and people acknowledgement. And that's the one liturgy option that people can start saying in their own churches, giving them a template and saying, hey, where are these different tribes or native communities in my area that I can put into this prayer, and let them hear that inclusion and being part of that. So I think that's some of the resolutions that were coming up, and some are going to be for our canonical shift for area mission changes, things like that, so that we can have more of a voice in our own dictation. So, but I think I really like the idea of us actually bringing the thought about being more effective as deputies to General Convention. And we're doing that with our own deputies, trying to get them to think more about the overall plan. Where do we want to be down the road, not just every General Convention right now. So we will have our resolutions out in, the goal is the end of January. So we'll probably post a lot of that and be at Deputies of Color if it's still going to happen, so that we can share. Hopefully I'll have some t-shirts ready, and we can pass those out with people that want to help share those stories. And all of you are invited to contact me if you want to be on those videos, or if you have a story to share. I would really like to hear from you. And so thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Leon. Leon's been a very effective speaker at the microphone for several of these resolution initiatives. So we're very grateful for his voice and the voice of all our Indigenous sisters and brothers who kind of bring that the power of the personal story to convention. The one thing I would add is that we are also expecting a resolution, at least one resolution from the Indigenous folks of the Native Hawaiians. So we're looking forward to that. And I believe that resolution is focusing on really a further recognition of Queen Kamehameha. So, and the importance of that figure in the lexicon. So we'll look to see what we can support there, and certainly keep you posted about that. We know that the General Convention, basically resolutions are being encouraged to be submitted for consideration by the beginning of April. So we have time, and the April date is really only so that we can look at as many of those as possible as the convention legislators, to be ready for recommendations for General Convention. So it's really more about being on top of all of that. But in canonical fact, you have until the second day, the second evening of the second day of convention to get your resolution submitted. It just becomes less likely that they'll get to the floor. So it becomes really important. So that April thing is pretty important. And again, I'd be very happy if you have an idea, you either want to onboard with one of the resolutions I've mentioned and partner, or if you have one that you would like to develop, very glad to work with folks on those. Thank you so much, Brad.
Ron has his hand up.
Thank you. Were you able to enter your contact information or email addresses in the chat option? There have been some people who've been asking.
Oh, I'll do that. I'm sorry. And Ron, I didn't know if you had something you want to share, Ron. I'll put that in there.
Yeah, just your email address or contact information so folks can get a hold of you. Leon did. He entered his. Thank you, Leon.
I did have my hand up.
Yes, Ron.
So I'm also a deputy, and I think this will be my third time, I want to say. I think that's right. I'm not somebody that's afraid to speak on the floor. I have in the past. But I just wanted to point out that I think we always need the prayers of our communities behind us. When we're at General Convention, we experience a lot of microaggressions that go on. I think just about every time I've been at General Convention, there's been a point where I was on like a verge of tears. It's very difficult to be represented in the first place. And then we get there and it can be very trying. We're also the smallest group represented by numbers there at General Convention. And yet we've done some incredible things. And so I'm really excited to hear everything that Rachel has presented that we'll be talking about. Sometimes it's hard for me because I'm like right now my focus is on music and it's hard for my brain to think about all the other things that I'm needing to do. So right now I'm focused on this, but I'm hoping to be more in conversation about those things. And as Maureen said, that we can see some of this stuff brought up at the provincial synod. I'm just saying we need your prayers. We need to know what's going on and just know that we're doing great things there, and it's a very difficult place to do it.
Thank you for that, Ron. I would just affirm what you said. There have been definitely times, I remember when some of our young people representing our communities of color just have, really been driven to the point during convention where they need to take, they ask for chaplains of color to kind of come aside to talk to them because they're seeing the dominant culture at what can be its worst, and it can be its best and it can be at its worst. It's sort of like anything that you have that's kind of an issue in the church is really magnified at convention, and it can be extremely emotionally tiring. So it's really important that we get that support from home, as Ron said, and also when we're there and finding real intentional ways to hear one another and support one another in the work.
I too support keeping us in prayer during the entire time is extremely important because, as I mentioned, it's a time where your energy is stretched to the limit, both your spiritual and your physical energy. So I just encourage all of my sisters and brothers across all Indigenous communities, pray for me while I'm there. Pray for me every day, but pray for me definitely while I'm there.
One of the things it looked like GJ maybe had a hand up, but I don't want to miss that.
I believe there are some questions in the chat. I'm not sure what they were.
So Robin, the resolutions I've been mentioning are not finalized yet in their final form. But if you're interested to sort of be part of that resolution process, just be in touch with me. Otherwise, they won't be available for public consumption until they've been submitted to the General Convention office.
Rachel, there's a question in the chat that's from Reverend Limo about, is there any talk of there being a primate for Indigenous people as there is in Canada?
Thank you. Right now, there's not a discussion on the pending in the resolutions around that question. That is also something, though, that would have to be addressed primarily through our constitutions and canons.
Okay.
So that would require a different type of process for discussion. But that doesn't mean that that discussion can't happen. It's just a different way that it would happen.
Thank you.
But not currently pending.
Okay, thank you so much. I think if anybody has any other questions, please contact Rachel or Lou or Leon or Ron. They all put their email addresses in the chat option for you to do that. So write them down, and if you think of anything in the future, don't hesitate to get in touch with them. Thank you so much for your work and your presentation. Appreciate it. Yes. I want to ask if Bishop Craig Loya is still on. I saw that I saw his name on the list and conferred with him by email. And if so, if you'd be willing to say hello to us, Bishop Craig Loya from Minnesota.
I'm here, Brad. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
I don't think I'm operating from my phone, so I'm not sure if my camera's on, if you can't see me or not. It's fine. I apologize. I'm in a little corner of a church where I'm here for a visitation all day, so I'm just operating from my phone.
Thank you for being with us. Thank you. We can hear you.
Okay. It's great to be with all of you. I'm so grateful to have joined you. I wasn't able to join you yesterday, but I have heard from several people what a powerful day it was, and I look forward to watching the recordings. I'm Craig Loya. I'm the Bishop of Minnesota, where we have 11 predominantly Indigenous congregations in our diocese, 8 that are predominantly Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, and 3 that are Dakota. And on a personal level, I was ordained as a priest on the Rosebud a number of years ago. So I was literally formed as a priest by the Lakota people on Rosebud. And so I have always been, through my ministry, grateful for all of the gifts that I received and the formation that I received when I was brand new. So I'm grateful to be with you this afternoon. And even more than that, I am grateful for the many gifts that all of you bring to our church. And it's a privilege to walk alongside you, which I look forward to doing in the years to come. Thanks, Brad.
Thank you so much, Bishop Craig. Good to talk with you. Glad you've been tuning in. Appreciate it. Okay, we're just about on schedule. We're Holden Evening Prayer is next. I don't know if we're all ready to start that. Ron, how is it going?
Yeah, we're ready whenever you are.
Okay. Well, let's let us pray then.
So just a note about services tonight. We'll have 2 readers. GJ will read the first. We'll have a musical offering, and then Gustavo will read in Mayan. Jesus Christ, you are the light of the world. The light no darkness can overcome. Stay with us now, for it is evening, and the day is almost over. Let your light scatter the darkness and shine within your people here. Joyous light of heavenly glory, loving glow of God's own face, you who sing creation's story, shine on every land and race. Now as evening falls around us, we shall raise our songs to you. God of daybreak, God of shadows, come and light our hearts anew. In the stars that grace the darkness, in the blazing sun of dawn, in the light of peace and wisdom, we can hear your quiet song. Love that fills the night with wonder, love that warms the weary soul, love that bursts all chains asunder, set us free and make us new. You made the heaven's splendor, every dancing star of night, make us shine with gentle justice, let us each reflect your light. Mighty God of all creation, gentle Christ who lights our way, loving Spirit of salvation, lead us on to endless day. May God be with you all, and also with you. Let us sing our thanks to God. It is right to give God thanks and praise. Blessed are you, Creator of the universe. From old you have led your people by night and day. May the light of your Christ make our darkness bright. For your word and your presence are the light of our pathways, and you are the light and life of all creation. Let my prayer rise up like incense before you, the lifting up of my hands as an offering to you. Oh God, I call to you, come to me now. Oh, hear my voice when I cry to you. God of all, creator of life. All praise be to Christ and the Spirit of love. Let my prayer rise up like incense before you, the lifting up of my hands as an offering to you. May our prayers come before you, O God, as incense, and may your presence surround and fill us, so that in union with all creation, we might sing your praise and your love in our lives. Amen. We'll have our first reading.
A reading from the book of Genesis. Then the Lord said to Noah, "Go into the ark, you and all your households, for I have seen that you alone are righteous before me in this generation. Take with you 7 pairs of all clean animals, the male and its mate, and a pair of the animals that are not clean, the male and its mate, and 7 pairs of the birds of the air also, male and female, to keep their kind alive on the face of all the earth. For in 7 days I will send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and every living thing that I have made I will blot out from the face of the ground." And Noah did all that the Lord had commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters came on the earth, and Noah with his sons and his wife and his sons' wives went into the ark to escape the waters of the flood. Of clean animals and of animals that are not clean, and of birds and of everything that creeps on the ground, 2 and 2, male and female, went into the ark with Noah, as God had commanded Noah. And after 7 days, the waters of the flood came on the earth. The flood continued 40 days on the earth, and the waters increased and bore up the ark, and it rose high above the earth. The waters swelled and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the face of the waters. The waters swelled so mightily on the earth that all the high mountains under the whole heaven were covered. The waters swelled above the mountains, covering them 15 cubits deep, and all flesh died that moved on the earth, birds, domestic animals, wild animals, all swarming creatures that swarm on the earth, and all human beings. Everything on dry land in whose nostrils was the breath of life died. He blotted out every living thing that was on the face of the ground, human beings and animals and creeping things and birds of the air. They were all blotted out from the earth. Only Noah was left, and those that were with him in the ark. The light shines in the darkness,
And the darkness has not overcome it. To you, O God, I live. And we'll have the second reading.
Remarcus Oship. Are kuri Jesus ishbe apanchichiri rechilan rie tihisholeab. Trenatal kushkumal tishlaha winakas palilegae ayde ach Jerusalem. Tinimid ti khushuheb sdom shibalach ugore winak ki ton rojonel hasri kuban ri Jesus boba kukuh. Tu kuk ti khoshal shikach shikolochu runche rechman kapix ta kumal winak. Shukuach kui winak richi cojonel yeshaba kukushimikla Kikeche rapicha chihri Jesús. Rixil tak uslabal. Aretaka uskil. Ri Jesús shishuki. Shuwash ra kuichi. Ikivik shari. Arihri o cojonel ri Dios. Ri Jesús kutkushkolbo. Chimakishla akhlach. Chuchibakhi ri winak hachin ri are. Sus ishpaki rorishi huyo. You speak Hushan tak ishbach shmondabanku ruk. Shuba kabakluch takoshenla resh kukubatak riche uksituchich. Riuksi shukech winak. Rishukoch taktones shekibi. Rech kuya takanavik. Pa kikab che rikshi ixel ta uslaval. Arkukuwa kablakuch ishkuwa risimon shikulu chela uka uvi. Santiago Cojol and Sebedei ri Shuan ri Chalal ri Jesus Shukoch bonerges che uska kubi. El kubih wachichi haskiri kushbala. Ritrish a Philip, Bartolomé, Mateo, a Marsh, a Santiago, a Cujol, al Pei, a Tadei, a Simón. Re Hushkak, Kanakayevi, Shukubi, Ri Judas Iscariotes, Ri Hachal, Ri Jesús.
The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. An angel went from God to a town called Nazareth, to a woman whose name was Mary. The angel said to her, "Rejoice, O highly favored, for God is with you. You shall bear a child, In place of the written litany in the book, we'll be using a simplified litany. As God's priestly people, let us pray for the needs of the church and the world, saying, O gracious Lord, hear our prayer.
Hear our prayer.
We pray for the people of God, loved wholly by God, and sent to be light in the world. O gracious Lord,
Hear our prayer.
for leaders of nations, and for those who serve us in governments, that all people may work for peace and justice. O gracious Lord,
Hear our prayer.
for all who are persecuted, shunned, neglected, or rejected because of prejudice, that they may find welcoming love in our community of faith. O gracious Lord,
Hear our prayer.
for all couples and their families, that they may share the joy and love of God for all. O gracious Lord,
Hear our prayer.
for all members of our communities, that we may recognize the gifts we have received from the Spirit and use them freely for the good of all. O gracious Lord,
Hear our prayer.
for all members of the church communities, including the sick, the dying, the deceased, and those who mourn. O gracious Lord,
Lord, hear our prayer.
here you may offer aloud your prayer petitions or silently as well.
For all those suffering from COVID and for their families.
For the family of Don, as they buried him yesterday and mourn for him now.
For all those who continue to be affected by COVID-19.
For Tonga,
For Mary and for Brad and all the work that they do. May they be supported and sense the strength of the community around them.
O gracious Lord, hear our prayer. Holy God, lover of the human family and helper of all in need, hear the prayers we offer in faith and strengthen us in your love. We ask this through Christ our Lord. And now we'll turn to the prayers, the closing prayers. Great and merciful God, source and ground of all goodness and life, give to your people the peace that passes all understanding and the will to live your gospel of mercy and justice through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. God, remember us in your love and teach us to pray. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. Save us from the time of trial, and deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever. Amen. Let us bless our God. Praise and thanks to you,
As our time together at Winter Talk draws to a close, we'd like to conclude the event with what may be the most Oneida Episcopalian thing to do, the very most traditional thing, which is to sing the Te Deum, a canticle from the church's prayer book in the Oneida language. Kirby, who's here with me, is one of the Oneida singers who offers the Te Deum at Christmas and at Easter, and whenever a bishop is visiting, and whenever there's a special occasion, such as this one. If you have a prayer book close to you, you can see the English text of the Te Deum on page 95 in the prayer book. There is an Alleluia refrain in the way that we sing it here in Oneida. And so you'll catch on as you listen to Kirby singing the Te Deum, you'll catch on to that refrain, and I invite you to join in from where you are.
Nio se doi qua no lados, jinguaya delice se nella wanio. Hallelujah. 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 Ojagwe kunye sasanayas. Jini hawes de agwe koye saniha. Hallelujah. 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 Galuya kwe konela deloya gelolo. Lona dawana gatla dando. Hallelujah. 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 Ladagwe kone cherubim no seraphim. Yada hadolisa states yasili wakwase nuklo nyonyos. Hallelujah. 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 Sayadado kante, sayadato kante, sayadato kante. Nio te wa nio ne sa baho. Hallelujah. 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 Jini sada no long kalong ya kwe ko. Wajagwe go kana no nezo hueza sla. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Thank you, everyone. That was beautiful. Beautiful evening worship. And thank you to all of you for being here for Virtual Winter Talk 2022. Next year, hopefully, we'll be in person. And I look forward to it. Just want to thank everybody who contributed to this wonderful event. It couldn't have happened without all of you. Thank you to behind the scenes tech people, Jeremy and GJ, and everybody who helped put this together. It's been a blessing and a privilege to work with you. We're going to end the webinar now, and the design team will be meeting immediately afterwards. Thank you again.